Here we go. This is a work session, and today is May 12th, 2026. It is 5 o'clock, and Carrie Storm will not be joining us today, but she is excused. And again, today is a work session, so no decisions will be made, and we have a lot to discuss today, so let's get going. Call to order. I will just go down the list here. Gloria Latimer.
Present.
Carrie Storm again is excused. Nate Nassif. Neighbor Nate.
Present.
All right. Julie Wolf.
Here.
John Shada. And Mayor Pro Tem, just the whole, sorry, Judith Chandler.
I am present.
And then I am here, Natalie Johnson, Mayor. Okay, so first up for discussion, we have discussion of public safety staffing needs for the Emma Crawford coffin races. And you said Chief Otto was joining virtually. All right. And is he's, oh, hello, it's good to see you.
Hey.
When Nate was home in recovery, he was still wearing a suit jacket.
Nate always wears a suit jacket.
Okay, I know. So again, we're discussing again public safety staffing needs for the Emma Crawford coffin races, and I don't know if you can give us a little, I guess, a little background regarding
Sure.
this particular issue.
Sure. Well, the whole goal of this is obviously to better safety protection for not only our residents but the attendees to the event. I've been the chief here a little over 5 years, so I've been through about 5 of these. We get, as everybody well knows, we get a lot of people in town. We are usually staffed with anywhere from 8 to 10 Manitou Spring officers. That's including myself and the commander. And then we still have to cover a patrol shift for other things going on in the city. And they're usually doing that. They can help out if nothing's going on, but when we get anywhere from 8 to 12,000 people with 10 officers at the most, it's not a very good situation for anybody, including the officers that are doing it. I've asked about this before, talked about it before. Hey, look, luckily we've had nothing but easygoing times that I can remember since I've been here. Everybody's well behaved. What worries me, I must say, and it always has, is the alcohol. Now, people go out and they have beers and do their thing and have fun, and that's great. But when you get that many people packed into that small of an area, you throw alcohol in there, the potential for something bad to happen is always there. I did a little research and looked around to try to find some kind of recommendations or averages, ratio from officer to person. And I could tell you we're considered, this event is considered a high risk event due to the alcohol, the volume of the people, the entrance, the exits. There's just the potential is there for something bad to happen. And don't get me wrong, that's not what I'm looking for to happen at all. I'm trying to avoid that and keep us well staffed and have people in there in case something does go wrong. I will tell you some of the numbers that I've looked at. Like I said, they consider this a high risk event. The recommendation is 1 officer per 75 people, or 1 officer per 100 people. Now you start doing the numbers on those and it's crazy. There's no way we could ever have that many cops there. I understand that. What I'd like to propose is, and I've reached out to the sheriff's office to see if their deputies would be interested in coming down and working extra duty for this event with us. Asking for 10 of their officers or their deputies. Hopefully we can get together 10 of our officers and we can have 20 people out there, plus whatever the chamber brings in for security. The Cost is always an issue. I get it. We pay our officers to work this event, $75 an hour, times, 8 to 10 officers. I would like to ask for 10 from El Paso County. They've got a different way they pay their people. They have detention deputies and then they have patrol deputies. The patrol deputies, they're $94 an hour. I'm sorry. No, I'll get to that in a minute. They're not $94 an hour. They are $67 an hour. Detention deputy, they're all post-certified, state certified to be cops. They just work in the jails and the courthouses and stuff like that. There's a 60 an hour. Where the bend in the whole thing is, if we post jobs, if we decided we were going to do this with them, we would post it and have if you're interested in doing this, sign up by this date. Say we don't get enough people signed up in time, the sheriff's office has a thing where they change the pay to a max pay. A patrol deputy would make 94 an hour, and a detention deputy would make 84 an hour. And I could definitely see where that can be manipulated by the officers there. We'll hold out till the end so we can get the max money. That is a safety issue to have. I would love to have 20 officers at minimum out there. We right now we walk the streets. We send them out in pairs. We do cross paths. If there's something going on, if something happens, we're just woefully understaffed. There's no way you're going to have 10 officers or 10 of our officers be able to handle a crowd of 50 people, let alone of 1,000 people, if something happens. And again, I know I say it all the time, but we all see what's happening in the world. Every time you turn on the TV, there's something crazy going on, and people are looking to do something at these events. We use Public Works now to block roads, which they do a very good job at. I saw myself, I don't think it was last year, but the year before, one of our Public Works trucks was blocking the road right there at El Paso and Manitou. And the car went around the truck and shot up the street and was gone before anybody can get to him. I was on foot and everybody else was on foot, and the Public Works people aren't going to go chase them. But to be able to have a few officers on each end of town, kind of almost, I won't say permanently stationed there for the event, but there to be seen. Hopefully that would make people think twice about doing something like that. We really need to beef up our security for this type of event. There's a lot of people, folks, and I'm telling you what you already know. What I'm asking for is some funds to hire extra help for this event.
Chief Otto, can I ask some questions?
Sure.
So your rule of thumb, which I think is really easy to use, which is 1 officer per 1,000, correct?
Per 1,000? Are
Per
not for
100.
an event like this?
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Per
No,
100. You're right. Okay. So I wrote that down. I said that wrong. I misspoke.
Yeah,
So
the ratio was
basic-
1 to 100.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So I guess I'm using your numbers from your memo, which is that you said you typically are using 10 officers that are scheduled as a part of their regular shifts. Okay. So then I multiplied that times 100 and I came to 1,000 people. Okay. Then your memo said an additional 8 to 12 officers are assigned overtime, right? So I'm rounding it up to 10 again, not
Okay.
your 8. And so I've got another 1,000 people that you're covered for. Then you gave us some numbers, and I'm assuming we haven't used El Paso County before. Okay. But it looks like to me you're giving an estimate that they could provide 10 more for about $5,600. Is that right? Or is that number?
No,
the
that's
total
right.
for the memo?
That's right. And of course that would change, Mr. Shada, if we asked for 10, we had 5 sign up, and then the day before the closing date, 5 more signed up, and they ended up making the 84 bucks an hour. So
Okay.
it's
So
hard to give
I-
an exact number.
So I guess I wanted to understand when it said fiscal impact below the El Paso County thing, that is for El Paso County? Okay. All right.
Yes.
So, and then you're estimating there 10 more, right, for El Paso County?
10 total from El Paso
10
County.
total.
10
Okay.
total.
So I get to write 10 times 100. And so now I'm up to 3,000 participants, right? That we've got coverage for given your formula.
Right. And just, I hate to cut you off. I want to let you know that everything I looked at on these forms, there's nothing hard numbers from anybody that I've done any research with saying you need to have X amount of officers per X amount of people. These are just recommended guidelines.
Okay. Okay. I understand that. I'm just trying to do the simple math here. Okay.
Gotcha.
And by using orders of 10 and not to get complicated by multiplying times 8, which,
I understand
that just
completely.
makes it a little more complicated to do the math. I'm sorry, Denise.
So I think we would only have 20 officers, not 30. 10 of
Oh.
ours and 10 from the county.
Oh.
So it would be a total of 20 officers. We've only done 10 in the past. So it's only a total of 20 officers.
Okay.
This-
So,
So this may, yeah, right? Chief, only 20 officers, is that
Yes.
correct? Yes.
I want 10 of our officers from Manitou, and I want to ask for 10
Okay.
from El Paso County
okay.
for a
So
total of 20.
I just got turned around in your memo that said an additional 10 officers are assigned overtime for the event. So I added those two together.
Oh,
So I
gotcha.
shouldn't do that. Right?
Got
Right?
it.
Don't do
Yes.
that. Okay.
Don't do that.
So
Yeah.
basically,
20
not doing
total.
that. I'm sorry.
20 total.
Total, 20 total?
20
Oh,
total. 10 for
with us
Manitou.
in El Paso County.
Yes.
Okay. So even if you're off by a factor of 2, okay, then it seems like to me, we have coverage for 2,000. And if we were just did by 2, that's 4. So how many people are invited to the event?
It's open to the public. So last year, I believe we had close to 12,000, but it's usually somewhere between 8 and 15,000.
Okay.
And I
So-
use 12,000 just as a
So
number.
given that we can't put gates up and control this crowd, right? I mean, that's not reasonable given how the Emma Crawford thing runs. I mean, we can't fence off downtown and
Okay.
take complimentary tickets or do something like that. So what were the numbers again, Denise?
Said he was using 12,000. Yeah,
12,000.
because he was using 12,000.
I use
So-
the number 12,000.
Okay.
Like Denise said, I've seen
So-
the numbers from 8
so
to 15.
By any stretch of the imagination, even if I use a factor of 2 to kind of derate your numbers a little bit, we're understaffed by a factor of 3, right?
Oh,
4,000
yes.
people,
Yes.
using my number into 12 is we're off by 3.
Yes.
I mean, that's just giving, your numbers a pop by 200 and saying that, we have such great officers and great people from El Paso County, they can handle 200 people, not 100.
I
then-
wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that.
Well, okay, I'm just trying to, anyway, so we're off by a factor of 3 to even 6. Okay, in terms of staffing to handle an event like this.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
With
I
Mr. Shade, if I can make this real simple. I mean, we do get 20 total, 10 from El Paso, 10 from Manitou. We have 20 officers, 22 officers, counting myself and the commander. We'll just say that.
Right.
We have 10,000 people show up, 12,000. Yes, we are still understaffed.
Yeah,
trying
okay,
to-
okay. I'm just trying to follow through the memo and figure out what our staffing disparity
Gotcha.
is, given that you're giving us public safety information Okay, these aren't numbers that I don't, I haven't independently checked. I read your memo and I assume that this is all what you want as a professional for the city. So I guess my question is, so we're understaffed by anywhere from a factor of 3 to 6, depending upon how you want to run these numbers in terms
Yes.
of our safety factors. Well,
Yes.
okay. So if it's 12,000 and we have coverage for 4,000, but we've got 12,000 here, it's 12 divided by 4. Okay.
I understand
If
that.
I understand what you're saying, we have coverage for 20,000 people, 20 officers will cover us for 2,000 people. And we're expecting more like 10,000 more than that.
And I tried to just paint it as saying, we have such great officers, we can do twice the work of anybody else. So even just doing that, we're off by a factor of 3. Okay. So then I guess what I'm asking is, so then what?
Well, look, I understand. I understand money is an issue, right? I get that. And I think I said this in the chamber meeting that I attended a month or so ago. If I was given the money to hire 100 officers, I would do it. The more, the better. But I know that's not realistic. What I was trying to do is give a realistic number, based on the financial status of the city that we can afford to hire. It wanted to give me more money to hire more deputies or CSPD officers or somebody else, I would definitely do that and it would like that. I'm trying to be realistic on what we have available to us, our resources. If we get 10 deputies, assuming we can get them to sign up now, right? It's better than we were the last 5 years that I've been here.
So, Chief Otter, it sounds like to me we're missing 40 people giving these formulas. And
Yes.
there's realistically from what? Rent a security person or whatever. Okay. And I realize that's not probably the grade of a officer that you would like. Okay. But I'm just trying to figure out the need. Then once I understand the need and what your suggestion is, then I can start looking for the money. Okay, or figure out what we have to do in terms of regulating this event. And so I'm just trying to figure out, all the numbers from your memo to kind of total
Sure.
them and make kind of a grand total. So I guess I wanted to visit, is there such a thing as a, can we go to a temporary company and get 40 rent-a whatevers? I don't know what they would be.
Well,
Rent-a security people?
I understand what you're saying, and I can tell you, probably, they require more officers to manage them. There is another. I use the word loose, but it's kind of a recommended thing, just like the officers to the residents. For every 3 to 5 private security guards that we were to hire, you'd need at least one officer to supervise them.
Well, and I get it that those people aren't interchangeable to you because they're trained differently and insured differently and skilled differently in the whole 9 yards. So I don't even know whether that extra 40 is even something that we can manage in terms of the breakdown of what are they assigned to do, which is different than our own officers in terms of what they're assigned to do, which is maybe slightly different from somebody from El Paso County that doesn't even know where Duclos Street is. You know what I mean? So if they get a
Sure.
call on the radio, they have to kind of go looking on a map, whereas one of our officers just knows right away. So I'm just trying to figure out these buckets. So I guess I want to visit that 40 deficit. There, in your mind, is there any way we can make that up with anybody?
So, and I guess to go back, because John introduced, essentially used your numbers, but introduced a different desired potential outcome. Do you today, Chief Otto, want to advocate for these additional officers, or would you like us to go back to what you've suggested, which is this 10? Or how would you like, what, because I recognize that you said you would like an unlimited number of police officers, like 1-to-1, if the world was a
Right,
perfect, right? And
I
that,
get it.
and I can appreciate that, but I think that if our goal is to get to 40, you know, that we've been going with 10, now we're going to 20, we can reevaluate this annually. Would you like to move forward with the suggestion of 10, or would you like to move forward with an additional number based on John Shada's suggestion?
Well, I'm pleased to hear that. I would like to move forward with more then. Um,
Well, this is my issue with that analogy. If we're only going to do 20, then it seems like to me, we have to ask the chamber to regulate this event and invite no more than 2,000 people.
Okay, and then Judith, or which one? I don't know. Julie, go ahead.
Hi, Chief.
Hi.
So, is there some, I think you mentioned the one officer for 100 people. That's kind of a rule of thumb for safety when you have a
That's a good way of putting
situation
it,
like
yes.
we are expecting, right? Is that based on some national blah, blah, something standard?
Yes,
What is
yes.
it called? Do you know?
Um,
National blah, blah?
it is pretty much, everybody's got a different opinion on it. They're all fairly close.
And,
I-
okay, so if the city, okay, so apparently it's really very well recognized, that ratio recommendation. It's not just, you know, the American Academy of Police Officers I mean, apparently that's pretty standard in your practice. So if
Yes,
that's the case, and we know that we're not supposed to have more than 100 people for each officer that's available, and if bad things happen that day and we only have 20 officers, we went into a situation knowing
no,
that we were
yes,
understaffed. We intentionally went into a non-emergency situation that is understaffed by most national standards. Is that correct?
yes, yes.
Okay.
And
my-
Gosh, it seems like to me we have some liability.
That's kind of where,
This is what
Well,
I was
that's-
wondering,
that's
lawyer.
where I'm
Yeah.
going. Yeah,
and
that's
that's
exactly
kind of
where
why
I'm
I'm talking
going.
about this now.
I can't help it. You know, I'm an attorney. I always think of these things. But the other thing is, aside from the fact that it sounds pretty negligent, and this isn't necessarily for you to address, Chief, but for all of us to discuss, my feeling is that this is a chamber event. The chamber makes all the money from this event. They decide what fees to charge, they collect the money, and this is the chamber's gig. And the
Yeah.
chamber gets over $500,000 a year from us. And here we are spending God knows how much time fussing over less than $10,000 being asked. So aside from the fact that I agree that it's unacceptable for us to have an event where we go into it knowing darn well that we are severely understaffed by more than 50%. I also are of the belief that this, whatever it takes to make this safe, this has to come from the chamber's budget. This is their event. And that's not for you to respond to, Chief. That's just me and the
Right, and just so everybody's
crew
clear,
here.
the chamber does cover the cost of our officers, the Manitou officers.
Okay, well then that's
But-
just
but that's
consistent with
it.
what I'm saying. They should cover the costs of security. I don't care if some of them don't get employed by Manitou on a regular basis, but they're responsible for security on the events that they organize. There is a sophisticated entity that it's been in business for a long time, and they get a ton of money from us.
You get no
And so
argument from me on that.
Pardon?
You get no argument from me on that. I agree.
Yeah, I know. This is just for my fellow council members is whatever we end up deciding on as a budget. I personally think it's inappropriate for it to come from the city's budget. I think it should come from the chamber.
And I do just want to make one slight correction. The chamber does not generate money off the coffin races, that they use the money they generate from the wine festival to pay for the coffin races, just to clarify that piece
I
of.
appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
It's still their event, and if they're going to put this event on, they need to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with
Okay,
anything
but I
else.
appreciate your
I wanted to
clarifying
correct
that
And then,
mistake that I
yep.
made.
Go ahead, Judith.
Yeah, hindsight being 2020, this seems like one of those conversations that we should have been having, sooner, like right after the last coffin races. One of the, so for me personally, it's not at all a question of should we hire these people, right? And should we pay this money? It's, is it going to be enough? And who's going to pay for it is really, to me, the discussion. I'm particularly concerned with the coffin races this year, just because they happen on the eve of the midterm elections. And I know already people are going to be possibly in a lather about that. There's might be just some added, issues going on with a event where we have 12,000 people and alcohol and everyone's in a costume, right? So what could go wrong? To me, so my first question to you, Chief Otto, is how did this conversation get started? In other words, when you said you met with the chamber, what did you reach out to the chamber and say, we are concerned with the amount of security that you are paying for and we need more? And so you went to the chamber and said, we need a minimum of 10 more officers. And so I'd like to know
Sure,
more
sure.
about that conversation, how it got started, and what was the gist of that conversation with the chamber?
Yeah, this to answer your question, this isn't a new topic or the first time I brought it up. This year, I can tell you, I spoke with Denise, and we talked about it, and she asked me my feelings on it. And when I brought it to her, and I said, I just don't feel comfortable with the amount of people we have coming to this event with 10 officers. And then she set me up speaking with the chamber, and I think it was a month ago that I talked to them about this. When I first started here, my very first one, I was kind of shocked that we only had, I think back then, probably 7 or 8 officers total out there. And every year we kind of added more to our force, our own police force there, and had a few more, but 1 or 2 bodies doesn't cut it. It helps. So it's a concern, and I think you hit it right on the head there. I mean, there's a lot of things going on around that time, the midterms. There's just no way to predict what people are thinking and what kind of statement they think they can make. And again, I keep bringing it up. I watch TV or listen to the radio, and I just see these things all the time. And we've been very, very lucky. We
I
haven't
have
had
two,
major
I have two
incidents.
questions segueing into this.
Okay, sure.
Did you discuss with the chamber the additional 10, and did you discuss with the chamber who might be paying for these additional 10? And then my next question as a follow-up, if you don't feel comfortable with 10, I want an honest answer as to whether you're comfortable with 20. Is 20, I mean, a total of 20. I mean, if 10, if you're uncomfortable with 10 and we're only adding 10 more, I value your opinion. And one of our primary jobs is the health, safety, and welfare of our residents and visitors. And I want your honest appraisal on, do you feel comfortable with 20? Because if you don't, what is the number? So I'd like to know a little bit more, since I wasn't in the room with the chamber, about this discussion. And then where do we need to be for this event to be considered a safe event in your mind?
Before
Okay.
Chief Otto answers, let me just give a little history. So one of the things that Chief did, and a couple of staff members came and said, Denise, we don't feel safe. We need some additional staffing. So then I asked Chief to pull together some numbers and what he thinks it would cost and how we would do it. So we started that conversation in about late December, early January. He's been pulling numbers together, talking to the county, seeing if they would be available, what that would entail, et cetera. Then I asked him to go and meet with the chamber and talk about what this cost is. So that's how we got, and then I scheduled that time for him to meet with the chamber. And then Chief, you can go on from there of how, what they said in the conversation. Thank you.
Sure. Well, when I talk to them about what we're talking about now, I did use the number 10. They weren't happy about having to pay for it and were thinking of other ideas, and I'm open to anything, as long as it makes sense and it's safe. I'll tell you the truth. My honest feeling when I walked out of there is there's no way in hell they were going to pay for it, but that was the feeling I had. I don't know. Look, do we ever get a solid number when it comes to people coming to this event? I know we always have estimates between, 4,000 one year, 10,000, 12,000, 15,000. It would, if I had a better idea how many people we can expect, and I don't know how we could do it either, to be honest. I mean, people just show up. It would be easier to give a hard, fast number of
Well,
officers.
Chief, when I was doing research, looking up your numbers, okay, I did some internet searches and two sources came up, the International Association of Chiefs of Police and
Yep.
FEMA.
Yep.
Okay. And their numbers, which are pretty much kind of in line with yours are maybe a little more conservative. They suggested one officer for 250 attendees for events with alcohol. Okay. With alcohol.
Right.
They said they called a high intensity rule in which said anything that was a street festival or parade with alcohol is a ratio of one officer for 150 attendees. And then they get a little more complicated because they realize, like you, that all these people need sergeants and supervisors and a hierarchy of people. So then they add another 15 to 20% to kind of cover that. You know what I mean? And so, I guess what I'm saying is when Julie was asked, this is consistent with the sources that I saw out there. Okay. The numbers are in the ballpark. They're not off by an order of magnitude or something like that, And so I guess my comment is if we decide that I guess to me, I think we have to make a public policy decision. Okay. Since we have so many officers that are normally on duty on a regular shift, right?
Right.
And then we charge for these kind of events for additional officers. Is that not right? The
That's
city
correct.
administrators is signaling yes. So it seems like to me that we only have a capacity to have so many of our own officers. You're saying we have a pool of possible officers from El Paso County, and I haven't heard a lot of excitement from you to use a pool of other officers from other entities or other things. And so it sounds like to me, we have about 20 officers estimated as to what the pool would be. So it would seem like to me that if you use even the most conservative numbers here of one officer for 250, okay. I understand that. I'm just taking the most conservative thing, okay? And I realize that you can take the less conservative number of 150 people. So if it's 150 people, in Julie's case, times 20, that's the number of people that it seems like to me, we say as a city that we can host. And then it seems like to me that message just needs to be communicated back to the chamber, and that's it. And then they have to figure out how to kind of regulate that. I don't know whether whether they're complimentary tickets or what the heck it is. But it seems like to me for the council to go, oh, we'll just do 20 officers this year and we'll have 12,000 people and then just assess if there's some kind of situation that comes up and we made a big mistake. It seems like to me, we just, now that we have this information, it seems like to me we have to make rational public policy with it as opposed to, oh, we just do it the same old way we always did.
Okay, so we have a recommendation that we follow national standards. And I don't know if those standards apply to things outside of just police coverage for events, and if we follow national standards for all aspects of our events. I don't know how we historically have determined what we follow and what standard we utilize for things. And so if we do want to look at that, I do think that's something that we would need to look at in a larger sense, not just at one aspect of it, but I'm not quite sure how that goes. But I know Gloria, you wanted to say something.
Yes. Excuse me. I'm the liaison with the chamber, so I was president when Chief Otto came to the meeting. And he was well received. The information was also well received in terms of, yes, we want to keep this an event that is safe for everyone, and that was a concern of theirs. What is difficult, as Chief Otto said, is they're on a budget, which, as Judith said, their budget was developed end of last year, the beginning of next year. So their concern was, are we going to be billed for that? And they are billed for a certain amount of security from the police department. They also provide security that does things like more traffic monitoring and things like that. So not full police work. So there are some, there's a lot of interest in that. Their estimates, and this is from Jenna Wells, is 7,000 to 10,000 people. I don't know how. And my personal thing is I'm always worried when this event comes because we triple the population or double the population. We have, it's great for sales tax for bars and restaurants, but not necessarily for the other businesses. But sales tax revenue through October does increase, and it's primarily because of that event. The number that I was working off was 1 every 200. But if we have 20 officers, and these are either sheriff's deputies or our own officers, then we've got 2 about every block. It's 8 to 10 blocks. So is that adequate? If something happens, no. I don't know that you can put 50, 60 police officers and prevent something, but we may be able to figure out some ways that people get screened when they come in. But I mean, there's a concern that people may have weapons. And Chief, I don't know, are our officers armed?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and if
Yes.
if
With
we
lethal and
require-
non-lethal.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, with lethal and non-lethal
Okay.
tools.
Thank you. So what the chamber would like to see with this discussion is to come out of this with a decision to move forward and to be able to have some type of a better estimate, like almost like an action plan. That was what I would call it, Chief, to say, if we have 20 officers, we're going to have 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, 2 here. They're going to communicate by cell phone or radio. I don't know how they communicate with one another. So if somebody did have a problem, how they do that. And then I don't know how we limit participation. I've talked to them about the marketing of it, but it just seems to go everywhere. But I think we're all on the same page. If even 5,000 people, we double our population. And my other concern is if there is let's say we have a fire. We've also got that issue is how the fire equipment, or if it's super hot like it was last year, we had some people who were fainting, so we need EMS. So it is traditionally a very Manitou-ish event, and a lot of people are really invested in it, staying in Manitou and the whole Emma Crawford story and so forth. But I think there's a bigger discussion of how large our events should be. Winefest, numbers are down this year. It's June 6th, but in terms of early registration, those numbers are down some. The profits from Winefest help with the coffin races, but they don't totally fund it. So they have sponsorships and so forth. It is not a money-making event. It's just a large community event.
Go ahead, Denise.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, once, I think what we need from you is direction of what you think is, we've said we need a minimum of 20. Of course, Chief said he would love to have more than that. And then once we have that, if you want to use any of the city's budget to pay for it, or if you want us to go to the chamber and say this is what's required, then they all meet numerous times and talk about the entire plan. So we have a special event group, and Megan oversees that, and they meet, they talk about who's where, what's doing what. So that happens every year, that they talk about who's in charge of where, and everything is organized through that plan.
Who can you say who's on that committee?
Megan, who's all on that? You, Public Works, police, fire, Jenna, anybody that's having the event is on it. Parking is on it. So we bring, it's like 15 people that come in here and they meet for hours and they go through every single thing. They pre-meet that morning. They go through everything. So that's already in the system to be done.
Well, it seems like to me, Just
So
like
you
the-
know, Judith had her hand up
I'm
first,
sorry.
so you know.
I just wanted to follow up with a question for you, Gloria, since you are the liaison and were present at this meeting. Did the members of the chamber that were there discuss how this was going to be funded? I'm curious about what the conversation was on their end before we even start the conversation.
Okay, they did not, because Chief Otto did not ask them. It wasn't we've got to have this amount of money and these officers in order. It wasn't if you don't pay up, we're not gonna be able to have the event. He didn't present it in that way at all. So there's been discussion amongst other people on the chamber board, but there's not been anything formal. So I would say Jenna Wells would say it's not in the budget and we'll have to figure it out. Same as us. If we decide to do this, we have to figure it out.
well, it seems like to me, just like that sign over there, it says City of Manitou Springs, maximum occupancy. And I'm sure that if we had somebody who wanted to rent at this room and said, hey, we want 3,000 people here, we'd say, no, that does not meet, our code. So it seems like to me, we're getting from our own professionals, from established standards, we're picking higher numbers than what they say and what he's saying. We're doubling it. And it seems like to me, we've arrived at what the chief thinks that we can manage with our sergeants and supervisors, which is 20 people, 10 of our own, possibly 10 more from El Paso County. So it seems like in a rational way, we have arrived at the fact that the occupancy for this event is 4,000 people. And it seems
How
like
do
to
you,
me,
excuse me, but how do you stop it? It's not a ticket.
I'm not going to worry about that. I'm saying that is what our maximum occupancy is. So now we have to figure out how in the world does that happen, or the event doesn't happen. Because in the same way here, if you had 900 people who showed up in this room and the fire department came over, they'd go 400 of you out. Okay? We don't have that capability on this event to suddenly say 4,000 of you go. So my question is, if we agree that that's essentially the occupancy ability for this event, then we have to ask the question, how is that managed? We've never had to ask that question before, but to me, that's the question that to me is before me. How do you manage that? Do you have complimentary admission tickets? And then as a part of your advertisement that you say, hey, without one of these complimentary tickets that you can get at the chamber, you cannot come to the event. I don't know how you manage that portion of it, but I'll put it this way. What I'm not willing to do is, given this information, to say we have 12,000 people and we are woefully understaffed from a public safety standpoint, that we're just going to look the other way and pretend like we don't have a problem.
Go ahead, Nate.
I'm just going to circle back, Mayor, so I'm in complete alignment. This is a public policy, safety parameter discussion. And I mean, I think that would be the guidance, right? To come back and help frame and design and develop event public safety policy standards that get applied to any event that happens in the city. And then maybe there's discretion based on the type. And it's so interesting for me being relatively new that because we have policy and guidelines and design standards on just about everything we do in the city. This is somewhat of just an opportunity, I guess, that event public safety standards we just haven't addressed, but this is a great opportunity to do it. So,
So with that, are you suggesting that this go back then to the event committee? Or are you suggesting that the police chief apply it to this one piece, but not apply it to the rest of?
no, I
The
think this
event.
opens up a broader conversation as a governing body that we have at least a first version of standard public safety event parameters, and then those are applied
But who's
evenly to
creating
any
those?
event.
Is my question. Who's creating those
Well,
parameters?
I
It's
guess
not-
my feeling was that they're doing benchmarking analysis with other communities, the national standards, some of which
So
counts
the
for
event
state-
committee, like the event committee, which is Megan and the Public Works.
No, I
and
was thinking this would definitely come from law
the-
enforcement in the city in
Mhm.
the same way that, Fred and Ben Schmidt talk about all sorts of standards that they have and apply to their particular proposed actions. I would view this in the same way. So that would be the guidance to Chief Otto and his team and Denise to come forward with those things for us to think through. This is just sort of, in my view, opening up that discussion.
Thank you. Go ahead, Julie.
I don't anticipate that we're going to be able to come up with a solution on how to limit the number of people at this particular event, but I think somebody can and should. And if they don't, I think the event should be canceled. I believe that maybe we're going to need some kind of gates and some kind of drone to do some people counting. I don't know. This is not my area of expertise. But I think that the city really must do what is consistent with the safety standards and not just look the other way because, oh, some people will be mad at us, which is, we're supposed to make decisions that are based on public safety, not that our next door neighbor is going to be mad at us if the Emma Crawford thing doesn't happen. But I'd like to send them back to the drawing table, like Nate was saying, if the police have any ideas, I'm sure, I'm sure there are ways to control the number of people who show up at an outdoor event like this, even if it's not in a park and if it's on a street, if they have to block off all the streets, I don't know what the heck, I'm sure they can come up with something. And if they can't, we shouldn't have it.
Well, and I would remind people too, you know what? There are all these school buses with this long line of people waiting to get into town and waiting to leave. And that's part of your event management. How many of these school buses are you running? How many of these outlying parking lots? That's part of how much honey and whatnot that you're attracting to this thing. And if you're signaling to people that you can go up to park up at Coronado High School and we'll schlep you in, and that's an invitation to bring another 6,000 people in that we don't have protection for, well, then maybe that's part of your event management in terms of how you handle this thing. So I'm in agreement with Nate. It seems like to me that the chief and administration has enough rational numbers to develop a policy. It seems like to me, I'm getting the clear signal from the chief that he doesn't want to Just because you can throw another 100 officers at him doesn't mean he can manage all these people. That it seems like to me from this memo, it's saying 20 is it. It's that if we can get 20, the ratios are pretty clear between his numbers and the numbers out on established, standard sites. So I think we can come up with what is the amount, and then I think we have to turn that back over to the event planners and say, how are you going to only have this number of people? How are you going to manage that? And then submit to us, what's this rational plan going to be? And then to me, if it seems like you've invited something that there's going to be 2,000 people into this room, we're not going to rent you the room. Okay. And I'm sorry about that. Now, in the early days, I can remember when the Emma Crawford event was just our small town event. Okay. And it was very charming and very cute. Okay. Because there weren't very many teams. They were all homegrown. You know what I mean? And there weren't people hauling down from Denver and all these people with all these fancy kind of things. And the event was more kind of hilarious because the coffins weren't all that well made. They were all homemade. And so it was a lot of fun. Okay. And so in a sense, I don't know as I would be sad to not go back to that kind of size as opposed to having 20,000 people here.
And Judith had her hand up
It's
before.
kind of like sneaking into the incline in the 1970s and doing the Ascent Marathon when it was a local race, I know. I really appreciate this discussion, and I really want to give you, Chief Otto, kudos, because there are several of us on council that have been having this conversation for quite a while, not specifically about the Emma Crawford race, but how do we say, what's a safe number of people to have in our town at one time for an event? And I really appreciate Councilor Nassif's wow, we don't have a policy. Because what this does is asks city council to govern by crossing our fingers and hoping that nothing happens. And we just can't, that just isn't, that's a really low bar. It's too low for me. So I appreciate you bringing this up. And I think we do really need to look at this. Now, when we do the wine festival, for example, that's a ticketed event. People have to buy a ticket. And so some of that cost pays for the coffin race, I see, but we need to look at all of our events being just like we do the incline. It's a ticketed event, whether it's free or we charge a fee to have the police protection that we need, which I think is a really worthwhile discussion. But it sounds to me like this needs to be a much bigger, broader discussion with the chamber in the room to figure out how we're going to, or not, do the Emma Crawford race this year. Because it's kind of in the planning work. So that's, here we are. It's already May. But I do, it's policy time for this issue.
When is the Emma Crawford race? Is it October?
Last Saturday.
Okay.
October 24.
October. Okay, I was just going to suggest, and maybe since October is a ways away, in spite of our signs that say Art Month, October, all over town. Oh, I guess those got taken down. Anyway, I think, I just didn't know if perhaps, Chief, it makes sense for you to reach out to the sheriff or whoever's going to maybe help you find these extra 10 officers. And if it's possible to solicit an invitation for folks to come and work that day with the understanding that it might get canceled. So we, if the show's going to go on, we're going to need you guys, and you can get started with that, with the understanding that they know that there's a possibility the whole thing might just get canceled. Is that an option?
Absolutely.
you?
It's pretty much already happened.
Oh,
uh,
okay.
Yeah.
So you've already got your extra 10 pretty much?
Well, it's a voluntary thing.
Oh, I thought it's already happened. Well, maybe.
Well, as far as getting them on board, yes, they will let their deputies come down here and work. There was a time when I first started that the sheriff at the time wouldn't let deputies come down and work in Manitou anymore over some stuff I have no idea, but he wasn't happy with. So we have to get their bosses permission to allow their deputies to work extra duty here. We've got that. As of now, we've got that. We've had
Nice.
that.
So
So
is it
what-
premature for them to sign up now?
I would think as far out as it is, I would say yes.
Oh,
It-
okay.
It's a
All
little
right,
far.
thank you. That's my only question.
Did you have something, Denise?
And
Couple
if
quick
if I may, real quick, we do operation plans for not only the coffin races, but for every festival or event we have. And it's a document we keep, the assignments, radio channels, that's all planned out. We have a meeting before the officers hit the streets. And I think it was probably Mr. Shader who brought it up. If we do get some officers from El Paso County, they would be teamed up with Manitou officers, right? I mean, it just makes sense that our officers definitely know the area better than they do. We would do that. We have assignments when we do these. You two will foot patrol this area or this area of the roundabout or the other end of town. So we do put some effort into it with what we've got. We do.
And Chief Otto, I assume that because it's El Paso County, our frequencies and all that kind of stuff work, right? So
Mhm.
they can all
Yes.
communicate, right?
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, Denise.
So a couple quick things. Yes, I was doing research in most cities and we have not. So as you talk about policy, they have policies of exactly what is needed based on the type of the program it is, the risk factor. And as Chief said, this is high risk. This is a high risk. Some are not high risk. This one is. And we do need to adopt that. So then it's just very clear if somebody has something, they know exactly what that is. And we're not having these discussions today. However, what we would like is have some type of direction so the chamber and us know what to do moving forward because it's pretty short. And let's say that you say I looked at just numbers. In 2024, they said they had over 10,000 people attend the coffin races. They don't have the 2025, but that's a good number. It's over 10,000 attended. If you say, okay, minimum 40 officers have to be here, a minimum 50, then we can go back to, and you say that this is the chamber's responsibility to pay for. If you say the city's going to pay for, we need that direction from you, then we can go back and figure out and talk to the chamber and say, this is what we've been given direction today. This is what we need for this one today, but we're going to put a policy in place like these other cities have done. And I can pass this around just to give you an example. And then we would have that for the future. But
So,
yeah.
so you're not asking us today to say 50 officers?
We would like today, if those numbers that you've said is you've got to have a minimum of 40 officers or 45 officers or 50 officers. I think give us a number at 10,000 if we have 10,000. So then we can go to the chamber and say, here is what we need. Do you want to make this work? Or that you can only have 5,000 people here. We just need that direction. So then we can go back to the chamber because October is going to be here quickly.
So Chief Otto, we have a document here that says that you're asking for 10 officers.
Right.
You've suggested that we should have more. How many officers?
I would love
you
more,
like?
yes.
No, but I mean, I would like a number from you so that we're not pulling out a number based on just John Shader's math. Like, I would like you to say how many you recommend that we suggest.
On a officer
CMP.
to attendee ratio. I guess what I'm asking is, I have no idea how many people are going to show up. And
So
If
I
it-
just think the trick is like, so 10,000, let's say 10,000.
okay, 10,000. Without Ms. Shader's, my numbers are pretty close. If we go with Mr. Shader's numbers, the 1 to 250 ratio. Can't do that quick math in my head like that, but
That would be 40.
Well, and if we go along, Chief, if we go along with what John Shader read as the national standards for police chiefs of high-risk alcohol outdoor parade. You should only have 150 people being supervised by each police officer. Then it seems to me that it's not up to you to guess how many people will be there, but it is up to you to tell us, do you believe that? Are you comfortable with
I-
that National Association of Police Officer
If that's the
150
question,
people thing?
yes, ma'am.
Or
if
do you
that's the
think there's a
question.
better site we should rely on?
I yes, that is what I would like. Now I've looked at a bunch of them and they're all different and I'm sure if who's ever pulled it up, you'll see different numbers. They're all pretty close.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
may be-
that's a little riskier than you suggested, one officer per 100. This is a bit riskier, one officer for each 150, but I hate to push it. So therefore, I would suggest then to follow up on your comments, Denise, that the chamber may want to be looking at what measures can they take to control the number of people that will be there.
Okay, and Nate's got his hand up.
I don't see a downside for giving this a week or two with,
It's a work
and
session.
having the chief and city administration come back with a draft policy that we can review. I just feel at this point, we're sort of inventing things on the fly with information that's very helpful and useful. But I would suggest we reconvene on this and have something to react to that has a little bit more due diligence and rigor to it.
May I follow up on that?
Sure, go
Mayor?
ahead.
I'm in complete agreement. I'm so glad we're having this very healthy conversation, and I do believe that we need to use established, standards, based on, the National Academy of, Police or whatever, so that we have established standards and that we bring this back. So the direction, I guess, for me to the chamber would be, we need to take a broader look at this, and one of two things is more than likely going to happen. A, we're going to have to limit the number of people that come to our event somehow, or we're going to have increased, police officer present and figure out how that's going to get funded. So those are the two, that would be, I guess, my recommendation going forward, Mayor.
You know, the Pikes Peak Hill climb is the closest thing I can think of around here that has multiple law enforcement agencies working security there. They have everything from Teller County to Colorado Springs Police to Manitou Springs, and they pull from everybody because they need so many people because the event is so large. Everything from traffic control points to the areas up on the hill climb where people again are getting, and I've worked a few of them, and they get extremely drunk. And you got to keep them out of the road so they don't get run over by the racers. But that's about the closest I can think of that we have around here where multiple agencies get involved in helping, and they're paid. I don't know who exactly pays them. I'm guessing it would be the sponsors of the hill climb, but that's kind of what we're looking at here. Bringing in other agencies for help.
Okay, thank you. Gloria, go ahead.
Well, having heard the conversation and knowing that this is a concern of the safety of the issue, and it is almost like it's become too successful of an event. I would say let's move forward with Chief Otto's recommendation of 20 and start with that as a conversation that the chamber covers the cost of that and see where that goes. And I think the discussion on how do you cap that and how do you limit the marketing, it seems to me 5,000 is plenty of people to have in our community at any given time. So I would be okay supporting this with the caveat that it may not be adequate, and the chamber may say we can't work within those constraints. And honestly, it is possible that we may need to put a hold on this for this year to be able to really come together on a good public policy for this. And also, given the volatility in our society right now, and the closeness of this event to the midterm elections. I think there's a lot of variables going on here. So as a start, I would take Chief Otto's recommendation.
Okay. All right. So Nate, you'd like to look at document in a couple weeks, get a little more
I just
info.
don't see it as a heavy lift. I think we can solve this with a
I do
spirit
too.
partnership with some really solid due diligence. I think if this would take more than 2 weeks, I'd be very, very surprised to have something that we'd feel pretty good about to react to.
Okay. Julie, are you comfortable with that? No, you would like to,
I'm comfortable with that. I fully support Nate's suggestion.
okay. You okay with that?
I do as well.
Okay. John, you're good with that? Okay. Gloria, I just really would like to make sure this event happens outside of, again, something closer to the date that would indicate cancellation. So anything we can do to sort of help it move forward in a safe manner, I think is where I'm headed. So, so you've got a little direction, not
So-
maybe what you wanted.
June 2nd will be when we bring this back. So it won't be for a work session. We'll be bringing it back to a regular session on June 2nd, if that
Well, we can
suffices.
discuss that because it
Okay.
may be better to have it at a work session again before we have something to vote on. Because sometimes then if we don't, if
Well,
we
you're
can't talk.
doing
through
one
it.
work session a month now? Is
So we
that
could
the
do
new deal?
June 9th
Just
work
based on our
session
timeline.
and go to vote on the 16th. Because the 26th you have open mic.
And
Oh, you
But-
filled the second work session with open mic.
Yes. Or I mean, May 26th is open mic, sorry.
Yeah, we can talk about it further.
Okay.
We can figure it out.
Can you clarify what we're putting forth? Are we going to the chamber with this recommendation and having conversations between?
Well, I
now
think
and-
conversations will happen between now and then, but we don't have numbers
We
and
don't, we're not,
recommendations to
we're not
look at
recommending any. time
outside of
frame.
looking at national standards for safety.
What I heard is you want us to bring a policy similar to those right there. And that's what we will be bringing.
Okay,
Okay.
so we're on hold for now.
Well, I mean, this is a work session anyway, so
So what date did you say for another work session?
it depends on, I guess it depends on what the document looks
Right.
like and where we are. It'll either be June 2nd or June 9th.
Perfect.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Next up, thank you, Megan. Next up, we have we've got the Fred Show, actually. But, sorry, what's that? Oh, sorry. Okay, so we have the land use, development code updates, density and height allowances. And if you can kind of introduce this, there's a lot of information in our packet, but I think you did an excellent job getting us, here today.
Okay, thank you very much. For the record, Fred Rolandhagen, Planning Director. We are here to talk about basically two types of code revisions that the Planning Commission made a recommendation on. We split them up as per how the Planning Commission recommended. They held two public hearings, one for density and height amendments, and then the next one regarding variances. That was a second public hearing that the Planning Commission heard and made a decision on. So we are going to bring those to you in two separate, basically two separate working sessions and discuss them separately. So yes, the first one we're going to talk about here is density and height amendments. This is a working session. So the purpose of this working session is simply to discuss these potential revisions to the land use and development code regarding height and density in certain zoning districts. The Planning Commission, just a little bit of background, the Planning Commission has been reviewing a number of policy questions for potential revisions to Section 18. Land Use and Development Code was recently revised in 2023, if you recall, as with any major update, revised code should be periodically reviewed to identify and address any errors, inconsistencies, or unintended consequences that reveal themselves during the code's application. So one of the items that the Planning Commission asked to review was zoning density and height limitations for residential uses in commercial zoning districts. Also, the Planning Commission engaged the Urban Renewal Authority and the Housing Advisory Board in this review, and they held a working session in February with those two boards and received recommendations from them, which I will go through. Okay. So here on the PowerPoint presentation, here are the current density and height limitations for each of the zoning districts, from downtown zoning district all the way through the residential zoning district. As you know, we allow residential use in each of our commercial zoning districts. What we're looking at today and what went to the Planning Commission were amendments to just the commercial and mixed-use commercial zoning districts. If you recall, the mixed-use commercial zoning district is a relatively new zoning district that was established with the code amendments back in 2023. Primarily intended to, the MUC was intended to be used in the URA area along Manitou Avenue. To date, there haven't been any properties that have been rezoned to mixed-use commercial yet. And all of the commercial properties in the URA area are still zoned commercial. Let's see. Okay. That's right. There we go. So with this, we provided quite a bit of information to the Planning Commission, including information from the Model Land Development Code that Colorado Department of Local Affairs publishes. We also did quite a bit of research and did a community comparison in October, November of last year. We looked at these particular communities to see if there are any trends, see if there are any commonalities between with these and our own community. I'm not going to go into detail, but this comparison is in your packet. You can review it. In a nutshell, they were all over the map, and each community had their densities set to how they set based on local needs. There wasn't really any particular, like I said, trend or anything like that. Some of them had higher densities than we do. Some of them have lower densities than we do. Just as a note, the model code that's put out by Colorado Department of Local Affairs doesn't prescribe any specific density at all. And so I'll just say that. And there were a couple of communities that did not have a specific density. Rather, they let other things determine the number of units on a piece of property, including lot size, setbacks, height restrictions, and other restrictions like that. So with that said, during the working session in February, the URA provided their recommendation, and their recommendation is in your packet. They recommended the same thing that they had proposed during the original code amendment back in 2023. They were recommending a increase to 25 dwelling units per acre, maximum density within the Urban Renewal Authority area. They also recommended to rezone all URA properties to MUC. And then building height, their building height recommendation was a little bit more nuanced, 39 feet on the south side of Manitou Avenue and 35 feet on the north side of Manitou Avenue. Part of their recommendation was also to include what they call a step back for upper floors. One thing that I wanted to note and make clear is that that step back is currently in the code. So we don't have to do anything about that unless city council is interested in reviewing that or tweaking that. This is that step back, and so it's under 18.03.2.4. Number one, buildings shall include what we call a step back of a minimum of 10 feet for the portion of building that extends beyond 28 feet in height. So what does this mean in the real world? This is mainly for buildings of 3 stories in height where you have where the third story generally would be required to be stepped back at least 10 feet from the front setback. This is this is intended to break up that massing of a large building that would be right on the setback and go straight up 3 feet in height. And this would break up that massing.
Mayor, can I ask a question before we move on? Is this, I'm a little confused because the word amendments means something's being changed, but you said this is already in the law. Which part of your packet is already in the law? Is 1303.2.4 building height and scale, that slide you have, is that already in the law about the step back,
Yes, correct.
the
So
10 feet?
yes, what I was, what I wanted to clarify is that one of the recommendations that the URA made was to include a step back for upper floors. I just want to clarify that is currently in the code, that step back requirement. Yes, so that would be this 18.03.2.4 sub.
That's already in the
So-
code.
That's
Yeah, he's
correct.
just clarifying something
That's
with the
correct.
URA's letter. He's just clarifying.
Okay.
There was a certain amount of discussion with the planning commission on this, so I wanted to make sure that that was clear. And so then we go to the HAB recommendation, Housing Advisory Board. Their recommendation, they had prepared a recommendation that was presented to the Planning Commission during their hearing in April. And they took a little bit of a different direction. They are generally, they express general agreement with the increase in density to 30 dwelling units per acre. But if you read their particular recommendation, they were wanting to focus on the housing density bonus for allowed for affordable housing. And they were really wanting to boost that in order to focus on an increase in affordable housing. So to allow up to 50 to 55 dwelling units per acre when a certain amount of affordable housing was provided. They wanted to replace the flat bonus that is currently in the code with a graduated density bonus. This was their recommendation. There would be a tied to a certain percentage of affordable housing provided. What I have up here is just an example of what that could look like. It wasn't the HAB's recommendation, but it's something that of what it could look like. So for example, if a developer is proposing 10 to 15% affordable housing units, they could have an increase of up to 35 to 40 dwelling units per acre and then graduate up to that 50 to 55 dwelling units per acre. And so just as a reminder, this is in the current code right now. What is up on the screen, section 18.02.1.4 sub A sub 3, where a residential density may be increased up to 25% above the permitted density listed if 25% or more residential units are rented or sold as affordable by HUD. And so if you had a density of 30 dwelling units per acre down and below, you add 25% to that, that would give you about 37, 38 dwelling units per acre. So with that, the draft revisions.
Can you give us Oh, maybe it's already up there. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, can you give us the same info on the height? So if we have, oh, does this 25%, does only pertains to density? It has nothing to do with height?
That's correct.
Okay.
So this is the,
Okay.
this is the recommendation that the Planning Commission made in their April public hearing, was to increase the maximum building height from 35 and 36 feet to 39 feet. 35 and 36 is in the commercial and MUC zoning districts respectively. And then increase the residential density from 20 dwelling units per acre to 30.
Fred, can I ask you a question about the height? Does that just refer to the physical building? In other words, I know a lot of buildings, the building height, and then on top of the building is the HVAC. And is that maximum height including all of the infrastructure that might be on top of the building itself, or is that not? Is it just the building?
I believe it's just the building. It's how we measure height. And Chelsea, could you?
Yes, for
Clarify.
the record, Chelsea Royston. So there are accessory projections allowed under the building height measurement section. So it's not explicitly permitted in any of the zone districts, but it's rather included in how we measure the building height overall. Typically, you can get an additional 5 feet for accessory projections, things like HVAC, parapet walls, elevator shafts, things like that.
So in this situation with a 39, basically 40-foot building, we're looking at 44 feet maximum with the HVAC and such.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
This would be, of course, in the MUC and C zoning districts. The Planning Commission did not make a recommendation on the HAB's recommended density bonus changes.
Fred, do we have any definitions that are nationally recognized for this so-called affordable thing? Seems like to me, we've been down this pike before, and I've seen these applications and they talk about accessible. And there is no definition when I go out and look at what that is. And these applicants have come before us, oh, this is going to be accessible housing. We're going to make every effort. And I guess to me, this is a no-go. I'm in agreement with the HAB. If we're going to have affordable housing, I want a definition what that is. And it can't be just housing for 1 year. And then bingo, you can kind of do what you want with the rents. To me, if we're really going to solve this problem, I guess to me, and I don't think we have anything in our code, do we?
No, well, what we have in our code is just, it refers to HUD's definition of affordable housing. So that's what's currently in the code, and I guess that's the national standard or the accepted standard that I'm familiar with. I'm not familiar
Okay,
with another.
So I guess I want to know how that's implemented. Is that a deed restriction? How in the world are we going to do that? So we have a definition. So now how do we constrain this and we decide how long is this, this is going to be affordable. Is it going to be for a year or 2 years? And when does the standards go away and the whole 9 yards? What's the enforcement provisions for it? I guess I want to know something about that because that's great that we have this definition, but it's just that before, it sounds like to me, we've never had anybody, they use these accessible housing things. And that is a monkey business term. Okay, from the Heritage Foundation or something like that, that means nothing to anybody.
I had, I don't know if you wanted to answer that question or not, but what I'm struggling with is it seems that we're being asked to do 2 things tonight because we've got recommendations from the URA and then we have recommendations from HAB and they're different. And
Recommendations. What
and from
recommendations?
planning. So I want to make sure that the council's real aware of what it is we're being tasked with tonight. Because there's more than one recommendation in this one presentation.
Thank you. To answer or to try to answer Counselor Shada's question, what we have currently is what's currently in the code. And I can attempt to get some more information as to how that would actually be implemented, but the code does require the code refers to the HUD definition, HUD based on household earning 100% of area median income or less as determined by HUD. But the last sentence does require that affordable units are to be documented by a legal covenant to be deed restricted for a minimum of 30 years. So that's our current requirement. As far as the recommendation, I think from my perspective, the formal or the official recommendation that you are considering is the Planning Commission's recommendation. The Planning Commission made their decision with the information that was provided from the URA and the HAB. Okay.
Greg, does the current code, I think you already answered this, but I need clarification. So the code currently already allows you to increase the density if, according to how much, if any, so-called affordable HUD definition housing you have, but that it doesn't affect height. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that whatever we're reading on height, we really have to understand most practically, there's a high likelihood of plus 5 feet for the HVAC, right?
Yeah. Increasing the height would, I guess, theoretically allow for a little bit more latitude to a developer wanting to propose a housing development. But I think height is more, the real effect of height is more going to be what it's going to look like, and that the difference.
Well, yeah, height, my question is height affected at all by the developer's decision to provide some of the units as affordable housing? Does that change height at all, or it only changes density?
No, you are correct. It does not, the height does not change. The height is not affected by a developer's affordable housing proposal.
Only the density.
The density bonus would, the density bonus is received when a certain percentage of affordable housing is proposed.
And the argument is that we've been unsuccessful in getting anyone interested in building apartment buildings here because we're stuck at 35 feet. But if we go to 36, we'll be fine. I mean, it just seems a little strange.
I think, Julie, another way to look at it is that what we're looking at here are the recommendations of the committee when they worked on the land use development code in 2022. These were their recommendations. We changed them in the council meeting. And I think what the planning commission is saying is maybe the recommendations of the committee in 2022 were actually decent.
Right, I get that.
So I just think that you're implying it to today, but I think you could actually go back to 2022.
I'm just saying, if we're currently allowing developers to come in and build up to 35 feet plus the HVAC, and we're being asked to change it to 36,
Mhm.
because that one extra foot is really going to make a difference. It's 36 to 30. What it says in your packet, the page that says 35/36 feet to 39 feet. So you're increasing it from 35 to either 36 or 39, depending on what side of the street it's on and that kind of thing. Is that right?
No, so when I say increase from 35 or 36 feet, there's a height limitation of 35 feet in the commercial zoning district. There's a height limitation of 36 feet in the MU-C
mixed
zoning
use?
district. Yes,
Oh, so you're going from 35 and 36 up to 39.
correct. And then the
Is what you're proposing.
correct. That's
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
So I want some help here in terms of with your 25% calculations, and I am behind the curve here. So basically, we're going for a density increase provision of 50%. So if we do that, then does this additional 25% formula attach on top of this? Yes, so if you,
yes.
so basically, so what I'm concerned about is this. So we're giving an increased density of 10 more units, but unless you invoke this 25% provision, we get no affordable housing, right?
So
Well,
this is the
so-
one we're talking about. This is
Okay.
what's currently in our code, that if we increase the density, this would still apply, which is that 25%.
Yeah, yes, this would still apply. This has not been, the planning commission's recommendation is not to change the affordable housing
Okay,
bonus.
so that's why I want to work with the brass tacks of this. This proposal is to give a developer 10 more units, no affordable housing, unless you invoke this. And then you get 25% more on top of 30. So you get 6 more units. And so what I'm trying to figure out is so it sounds like to me, we're just handing developers 50% more density with no constraints to get any more affordable housing. So, right, so the goal, if we're going to have the goal of having affordable housing, okay, given this definition, it seems like to me, what we've just essentially said to developers is, hey, build units that are really tall, that are 44, 45 feet tall, 30 units. You don't have to do any affordable housing. So, yeah, exactly. So that's my angst with this proposal, is this, it's just looking at it that way there. What would motivate somebody to then, in theory, take 25% of 30, okay, which is 5 units, and add 5 more units, when these are going to be essentially controlled with a 30-year agreement? So it seems like to me, we've gone ahead and moved the ball for the developers, but we haven't made it necessarily, we have just almost made affordable housing even further away. Yeah. So we've
This-
gone from 20 to 30, so you get 10 more without giving us any affordable housing at all.
So I think this is great because it's a work session. So that's why we're having
Well,
this conversation.
that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure that I understand all these layers of 25% to make sure that we know what we're getting. Because if suddenly that's where our heart is in affordable housing, I want us to know what are those numbers and what are those triggers.
Yeah.
So this proposal is to give developers 10 more units. Okay. A lot more height. And then until you invoke this, you really probably don't have any motivation to do any affordable housing.
Counselor Shada, those are all smart perspectives for sure. And so I just want to share, so I'm the liaison for us for the Housing Advisory Board. And what I've learned over the last few months, 2 things. One is the Housing Advisory Board has done amazing work. That's part 1. But part 2, affordable housing is a really deep, technical, subject matter expert driven field. And there's all sorts of incentives that real estate developers can leverage. And that's why affordable housing developments, even with what you're describing, they would still be very, very interested in pursuing it. And this gets into low income tax credits. And I don't even want to pretend to speak like a qualified expert, but I know if someone like the CEO of Gratio Housing were here, Lee Patke, who's been very nice to meet with me as part of the Housing Advisory Board stuff, they would be able to articulate, I think, in a way that would help support and inform what you're describing. Fred, I'm sure, can articulate this and communicate much better. So there's incentives within the affordable housing space that make it very attractive, and it may be useful. And Fred, I don't know if you feel comfortable to support this work session, if you could maybe articulate Paragon's approach and some of the challenges that they had with their
I
application.
think we can address a particular
Okay,
property.
Okay, okay. I was gonna say, then I'll just say generically that some of the challenges that were faced here with these density requirements for developers who were very interested to build affordable housing was they didn't have the density, they were too tight. And so when they submitted the applications, it didn't go forward. And that was one of the primary motivations. So it's less about not wanting to pursue affordable housing. It's more about their feeling constrained to do it. So
And I think
just
you're
some broad
discussing
comments there.
CHAPA funding and whatnot, like that you need a certain density in order to get CHAPA funding or some funding along those lines. Is that what
Absolutely.
you were
And that
talking
whole
about?
process is very, very involved. In fact, a lot of real estate developers, what I've learned, they actually need specialized consultants to even go through the process. But there's incentive to do so.
Okay, and Judith, go ahead.
Well, I just want to make sure that, especially for the newer council members, I want to just make sure that you have the background story too, because Mayor Johnson did say like, hey, these were the original recommendations from the Planning Commission for the Land Use Development Code. But we had consultants, we had resident committees and subcommittees, and we had community engagement. And I'll just use Bill Bowers on steroids. We had a robust community input that they did not want us to go over the height and variance restrictions because, and they had some very valid issues like we're concerned about our view shed. We're concerned about Manitou looking like Colorado Springs. We're concerned about when you open Pandora's box and you say 39 feet, and then next year, then you come back and say, well, now we want it to be 40. So I just want you to know that there was the robust Bill Bowers on steroids kind of input on and there's at least 4 of us that were on council at the time that were very influenced by that in deciding on the standards that are currently in the code. Just so you know that, I just want to know that there was a lot of very emotional input on this. So I'm incredibly conflicted about this right now. I on the one hand, I would like to see, and I really support what Councilor Shade is doing. Why would we increase density if we're not going to tie that to a specific policy on density and affordable housing based on the national standards? And then, to be mindful that, once you start this process, any council down the road can say, well, it's 40 feet. Now let's make it 50 feet, so I think that we just have to be really mindful that if we're going to have discussions about this, we got to go back to the community at some point and say, this is what we recommend. We recommend any increase in density is equal to a policy on X amount of units being affordable housing. We still maintain the 10-foot setback after 28 feet. We still maintain the 10-foot setback, on this off the street and so on and so forth, and have a renewed policy that includes all of those things.
And I just want to throw in that it was the community engagement. It wasn't like 1 or 2 meetings over the month. This went on for months and months and months. We must have had, I don't know, 75 residents dutifully, consistently meeting and talking and.
Lori and I were on it.
Oh,
We were
good.
on the committee together. We
Okay.
spent the 100 hours
So-
or so, 100 plus. We know
so you know.
we know.
Okay, well then this is for you. Nick. So there were a lot of people that gave input, and we just made this whole big deal about let's spend $20,000 so we can get input on how we should vote on the budget this year. Well, we spent more than that, I'm sure, on the LUDC changes and getting community input. So if we're going to just go ahead and ignore them and just blast on higher and change the limits that we've set already, then I very much agree that we should only do that with community involvement so that we can hear from others, because I know the developers put a lot of pressure on our planning staff. They have to interface with the developers all the time, you know, and they know what they want. The staff are in a compromised position in some ways because they're trying to keep everybody happy. But our job is to keep the residents happy and be respectful of the people who voted us into office. So I agree with Counselor Shada's position. Chancellor, sorry.
But I just want to clarify, and this is very helpful context, is my sense is that there was tremendous passion around density limits, but my sense also was that there's incredible passion and a tremendous amount of work that's been done to ensure that we have a community that's affordable, where a teacher can live here, a paraeducator can live here, our employees can live here, a senior can live here. And so it's these two competing priorities. And then it becomes, well, how do we do that? How do we execute on it? Because when you look at some of the information in the packet that HAB provided, we're moving further and further away from our community being an affordable one, which is a concern. So
Oh, I agree with you, but can I just ask you,
Sure.
and this goes back to what John Shada was saying, is that that's fine. If the problem is that our code is not currently
support.
set up in a way that developers want to do affordable housing here, then let's set it up so that there's an affordable housing incentive. But if we, and what they're saying is, oh, no, just give us the extra height and believe me, we'll end up probably maybe throwing in some affordable housing. No. If you want the added height, if you already are entitled to 25% increase in density simply by making it affordable, then we're not going to increase the likelihood of developers coming in and choosing the affordable route rather than the more lucrative route of, building a $350,000 or $500,000 home or unit, swanky kind of condo thing. You've got to have your code, I think, support that. And I don't think moving the code in the direction we're being asked to move it is going to get the desired result. I
Okay.
don't want to just increase the density, increase the height. Really don't want to leave variances up to staff, but we'll get to that in a few minutes, I guess. And then just say, well, let's just cross our fingers and hope for the best.
Okay, and I just want to clarify that while the planning staff are presenting, it's the Planning Commission, HAB, and the URA that have put forth what we're viewing. That when you say they, I think you need to be pointing to a
Different things.
different, yeah, but I'm just saying that staff is just sharing the results of their work. They're not
Okay.
telling us how to feel
Right,
about
but
it.
I understand that the
I just want to
staff
clarify that.
pressured by, they're the ones that, the commission and the staff get pressured by developers who want more flexibility.
I feel like
But
this
I
packet
appreciate
very clearly is outlining that this is coming from the Planning Commission, the URA, and HAB, not from staff. So I just want to clarify that. But go ahead, Judith.
So what I would like to see, instead of just, let's increase the density, and the height, I would like to go back and look at something, not exactly what these numbers are from the HAB, but say, we will make these, you can have more density, and we can work on those percentages later. I think that's a little tight on the density for me, but what I'd like to see is, I'm not opposed to height and density increases. I'm not opposed to that. But I want it specifically tied to, for every 10 dwelling units, 15% for every, 15, 20%. And to make it very specific, I totally support that, because that would get us closer to the goal of providing actual real affordable housing. The other thing that I do definitely support is changing the URA to mixed use commercial. I am not opposed to that at all. I think it's a great idea. And so that's where I'm sitting, is like, I'm not opposed to to height and density, but I want it tied to, coming back with specifically the density on different percentages of affordable housing. That's my recommendation.
Okay, do you want to
And-
jump in?
And I'm aligned to this. My interpretation was, and Fred and Chelsea, keep me honest, I thought those were integrated into what CPC is recommending here. My read on it, that there was an affordable housing.
They did not support the
dependency.
HABs. They did not support the HABs.
I just want to address the concern here is that these increases don't have a linkage to an affordable housing parameter. My interpretation was that that's what was in the recommendation.
Yeah, that's correct. The recommendation was just regarding increasing the density and the height for commercial and MUC. Planning Commission did not make a recommendation to change the current affordable housing bonus that's currently in the code.
But we can do that. That's,
Yeah,
Okay, so
That- that's something that the HAB recommended to Planning Commission, but Planning Commission did not
that's
not
very,
propose a change.
very helpful. So that piece of it from HAB was not accepted from CPC, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, very helpful. Thanks.
so Nate, with that, are you you said you were sort of comfortable with Judith's assessment, comfortable with some sort of height and density increase, provided there's a clear connection to affordable housing, and then the mixed use being, okay, because do you know what that request, we haven't really discussed that request, the mixed use request that the URA can gradually over 2 years
Oh,
become mixed use? Wasn't there a?
Oh, to rezone, that was that was the URA's recommendation to the Planning Commission to rezone the commercial parcels in the URA to MUC. We can do that in a number of different ways. It depends. An applicant or a property owner can propose or can make an application to rezone to MUC, or there could be a city-initiated rezoning that could include the whole URA, or it could include pieces and parts of it over time to rezone to rezone those commercial properties to MUC.
And that's, Judith, what you were saying you were comfortable with. And Nate, you are okay with that? Okay, go ahead, Julie.
I need more help before I know if I'm comfortable with it or not. So are we in a position where there is limited opportunities for developers because of how the URA is currently zoned? Or are you saying, Fred, that if anyone wanted to come in and buy a URA property and they wanted to do mixed use as opposed to commercial, it'd be no problem? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out why is the URA pushing for or recommending this zoning change? What are the benefits and what are the detriments? The pros and the cons?
I can just say, I'm going to speak just, I know like a previous council member would not allow for a change in zoning once something was purchased, that they would say, when you purchased this, you knew what this was. You cannot then come and ask for a rezoning, like that was just a personal belief of theirs. So that could be part of that.
That
I
could
don't,
be a concern. So if it were changed, for example, to MUC, mixed use, and I want to buy a property and I don't want it to be mixed use. I want it to be another car repair shop. Do I have to come to council and get permission to do my car shop because it's already been rezoned as residential mixed use?
I think that'd be great. Can you answer that question? Can mixed use be just commercial or just residential? or does
why
it
are we
have to
going-
be mixed?
What are the,
Yeah, what we're checking right now. So I don't know the all of the benefits to MUC off the top of my head. I can do that analysis and put that together for council, unless Chelsea knows that off the top of her head right now.
Short answer is no.
Okay.
But that's partially because we don't have any MEC zoned parcels. So we haven't gotten a chance to play with that zone district at all. My recollection is that the previous code had the redevelopment overlay, and that acted as kind of the zoning portion of the URA in that it gave properties that had the overlay additional height, lessened setbacks, additional types of uses. And so when the land use and development code came through, it codified that rather than making an overlay. Because overlays really only make sense if you have multiple overlays, and we only had one, so why not just make it a new zone? And so that's why that kind of exists, is it's just a cleaner way to make that. However, when we adopted the LUDC, we did not rezone any properties. So
So
I
right
think-
now, is the URA right now zoned commercial?
it's zone commercial
And if I
primarily.
were to build an apartment building with a little coffee shop on the first floor, do I need to get it rezoned?
Typically, no.
Because
Typic-
so, in other words, an apartment building would be considered within the definition of commercial with a little,
Well, there are caveats because it has to do with how much of the first floor is commercial space, because in the commercial zone district, you can't have facing first floor residential, and there's like all these kind of different oddities. We really do look at each property individually. So it's hard to say, but the mixed use commercial does not, to my understanding, require one or the other, and it does not require both.
well, then why would we want to change it?
I-
Why does the URA want to change it? I'm sure they have a reason.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good question.
Oh, nobody knows the answer. Okay.
Yeah, specifically, no. What we can offer those, we can offer an analysis of the difference between the two.
That'd be
And-
great.
and-
That would be great.
That'd be great. Yeah.
One of the things that attracts me to mixed use is that if you look at like Old Colorado City and downtown Manitou proper, those are mixed use, right? They're all businesses on the bottom, and they have often have, businesses or rental properties or condos on top. And so for me, from an aesthetic of the URA, instead of it just being gas stations and car repair shops and that kind of thing, I think that the aesthetic would be much more amenable and beautiful as you walk in if we had more of a mixed use kind of an aesthetic there. So that was me, but I do really appreciate we need more information before we go there.
I
So
think
thank
it
you.
would also be good with the mixed use, because I think that the height restriction we currently have doesn't allow for mixed use, because you can't like have what you need to do both. And so it'd just be good to know that as well when you're doing this research, what the height would need to be. John, do you feel comfortable with the direction we're headed with kind of Judith's piece, that affordable piece? Okay. Gloria, how are you feeling? Thumbs up? Is there enough clarity around what we're looking for? So kind of why mixed use, height? We're looking at an increase in height and density, provided there's a clear, we haven't said percentages, but percentages of,
A clear affordable housing
Affordable
benefit,
housing.
sounds like.
okay.
Yeah.
Yep,
So
great.
Yeah, we can get that together, and we can either bring it back in another working session. Sounds like
Probable-
that's a go.
Yeah,
There's no public hearing scheduled or
Mhm.
anything like that, where we can take as long as we want to.
as long
tweak
as
this
you
up.
want, that's dangerous. Okay.
Yep.
All right, sounds good. And then actually I need a break, so let's do a quick break and come back at, is 7? Do we need longer than? We don't have any treats tonight, so we're good? Okay, 7 o'clock. All right, here we go. Again, John. All right, next up, we have land use development, guys, land use development code updates, variances and administrative adjustments. And again, I'm sure this is just as simple as the last one.
Oh, yes. So much so that we've been working on it since fall and have gone through, I think, 5 different working sessions with Planning Commission. So I'm gonna set the stage a little bit first. So first off, a variance is a modification to LUDC requirements. It's not related to use. Since the LUDC was adopted, there have been disagreements among planning commissioners over how to interpret and apply the criteria for approval. Originally, the scope of these revisions were to just look at the, refine the existing criteria, look at the language, but further research led us to recommending more comprehensive revisions. In researching the best practices and authorities in the planning industry, there are kind of 4 common criteria that are used to evaluate variances.
To be advancing.
No, not yet.
Okay,
Sorry. No, I'm going to give you some
I'm
background.
sorry, keep going.
Thank you. So looking at our existing criteria, those 4 topics are identified. They don't correlate kind of item for item. So going through this, you're not going to see a side-by-side comparison. You'll kind of see our existing criteria and then the proposed criteria, and I'll walk you through the rationale there. But for the criteria that have topics that aren't proposed in the new criteria, those were identified as either being regulated elsewhere in code or could benefit from a new review process. And I'll get into kind of why that is, why that's the recommendation. And then finally, the proposal includes a new procedure for evaluating variance requests against the new criteria. So jumping in, like I said, we've had 4 work sessions and then a public hearing on this particular set of code amendments. It evolved over time. It's a thrilling compilation available on our YouTube channel. And so the intent, and this intent statement accompanies the new the code revisions. The intended effect of granting a variance is to allow the applicant development potential similar to, but not greater than, other lots in the same zoning district in the surrounding areas. So just so we're all starting from the same baseline, that is the intent. The intent is not to waive all the rules for any individual, just to provide similar development potential. So I'll kind of skim through some of our existing criteria. You're all familiar with them. They were adopted with the LUDC in 2023. There are 2 criteria that are required, and that's this first set, and that typically is no development in the areas of at risk of natural hazard and will not have an adverse impact on adjacent properties. And then there are existing criteria, of which 4 of the 6 are required. So you can play around and you can skip some of these, but essentially the first one is for an unnecessary hardship. Number 2, there are no design alternatives. Number 3, denial would deprive the applicant of rights enjoyed by neighbors, essentially. Number 4, it's not a self-imposed hardship. That's one that a lot of folks tie directly to the variance intent. Number 5, there's a disability affecting the owners or tenants. And number 6 is a historic preservation criteria. So we're going to jump into our.
So you may ask a question
Yes.
about number 4. That's the one that I've always struggled with. The need for the variance is not the result of from actions of previous property owners. It's that previous property owners. If the property line, I bought a home and the property line was said to be this, I find out later because I'm doing something that the property line is incorrect, that's as a result of the previous property owner. And so I can't ever meet that criteria. So
Yeah,
can you
so
speak to that?
absolutely. Thank you, Counselor Latimer. So that one in particular is one that Planning Commission struggles with in every single variance. The self-imposed hardship can be viewed as kind of, well, I want to develop anything. Therefore, I'm imposing this hardship on myself. And typically that null alternative of, well, you don't have to do this, you're choosing to do this, otherwise you would just move, right? Like that typically isn't viewed as a constructive thought process in the planning industry. It's not a best standard, best practice. And so, while we talk about the unnecessary hardship, we don't necessarily talk about the self-imposed hardship. And part of the reason for that in the new criteria is because it's really difficult for zoning administrators to prove intent of someone who developed. And especially if it's a previous property owner, well, who knows, right? And so while there is, um, yes.
Oh, I just wanted, because I don't agree with you respectfully. I think when the sentence says, because I dealt with this too when I was on the planning commission, when the language says that you can't get an exception or a variance from our laws if you need it because of something you've already done. That isn't intent. Intent is the subjective thought process in the brain of the person who's taking an action. It doesn't say anything about intent in number 4.
No,
So if I go ahead and I do a self-imposed hardship, like building half of my deck without permission, without any of the necessary permits. And now I want to be able to finish it, even though it violates one of the ordinances. That's a self-imposed hardship. Intent would be if I intentionally tried to break the law, or I just didn't realize there were, rules about getting building permits when you're building a deck. I mean, that would be intent, but intent is irrelevant.
Well,
So I don't understand why the
I'm
confusion.
not talking about intent. I'm more
No, but
speaking
they were
of the,
talking about intent. She said the reason that they wanted to take away number 4 is because the planning commission was having difficulty determining the intent of the previous property owner or the intent of the current property owner who allegedly did some self-imposed hardship. And I'm just saying intent is nothing to do with
Yeah.
number 4.
that we can't determine intent.
so
It's
doesn't
a piece
ask
of
us to.
because
previous
It
property
doesn't
owners.
ask us to determine
No,
intent.
no,
is
I'm
my
not
point.
arguing that. I'm just saying the confusing part to me is the issue with previous property owners. I didn't, it's not I didn't create it. It's not a self-imposed, but someone previous to me, a previous owner may have done something.
right.
That is now a problem.
So, Planning Commission has recommended that we kind of just start from scratch, right? Because there are, discussions like this to be had about each and every one of these criteria. And they do happen all the time. Well, not all the time, 14 times since 2023. So I'm gonna jump into our new criteria. There is more information in the staff report about, again, kind of understanding why we're proposing this, but assuming you've all read that, we're going to just say that this first criteria Planning Commission recommends is required. So this is very similar in format to what we currently have, where we have the first one is required, and then of the following 3, 2 of the 3 must be met. So for the first and required one, we pull this language partially from our nuisance definition. It's always good to refer back to other definitions in code. So the granting of the variance will not enable any condition or activity that unreasonably annoys or interferes with the use or enjoyment of public or private property, or which constitutes a health or safety hazard. That was kind of hit all the items that Planning Commission kept going back to in what is an adverse impact. We could define those separately, but we would just be opening a new can of worms. So let's just use the can of worms that's already open in our code.
This isn't necessarily a disagreement about the proposed language, but that seems just as vague as how it always was, because when, people come and say if they get their height variance, they're interfering with my views of the mountain. Is that a reasonable interference or is that an unreasonable interference? Well, what the heck?
Well, I think if the trick too is looking at the nuisance definition in the code elsewhere, that helped me with this, because I did the same thing and it helped a little, but I still don't envy the
How
planners
does
and
it
planning
help? Can
commission.
you elaborate on that?
There's just a specific definition of what a nuisance is, and that is helpful.
Well, is a nuisance, okay. well,
I don't
then
have the
I'll just-
definition in front of me, but I just know there's a
Yeah,
specific.
The staff. So is a nuisance, so if you want to build something that's 5 feet taller than the code allows, and it's going to interfere with my view, because I live across the street, is that an unreasonable interference or is that a reasonable interference? How does one make that determination? Or do you want the code to say this includes interference with view shed or something? Or maybe that's already in the code elsewhere and I don't remember it. I don't know. Is there any definition?
So it, after hours of wordsmithing, I will say that the vagueness is actually helpful in a lot of cases, because if this were all black and white, we would just codify it and we would just say, nope, this is the height. End of discussion. So
But are property owners legally allowed to allege view interference with view as a basis to oppose the variance? That's just a yes, no question.
I don't think that pertains to this in particular, because I would say, is that development potential similar to that of my neighbors? Because that's our intent, right? So we're going back to that intent that says the intent of the variance is to allow development potential similar to, but not greater than. So is that neighbor also encroaching on someone else's view shed? Is that a reasonable view shed? Are you guaranteed to always have a view of the Garden
That's
of the
the
Gods
point.
if
Are
you're
you
not up to it?
guaranteed? Right. So if the answer is we're not guaranteed to have a view shed, so everyone should know in the code, maybe the code should say that if you want a height variance and that's going to really screw up your neighbor's view,
Well, if you want to plant the
you,
tree,
you're
that can
allowed
screw
to
up your
still
view.
get it and your neighbor can't complain about the view as a reason to deny the variance. Is that how it should be?
They're welcome to come to the Planning Commission public hearing for all variances and make their claim that this is an undue adverse impact on me.
So I guess the answer is yes. Yes, people have claimed you're going to ruin my view and that has caused the commission to deny the variance.
I can't say why the commission has denied a variance down to something that simple, because it would have to be based on the other criteria as well. So, so that is the only required criteria that all variances, should this be adopted, are required to meet. The next set of criteria has 3 possible criteria, of which 2 must be met. The first is that literal enforcement of the code would result in an unnecessary hardship. And the discussion around this one changed it from an unnecessary hardship currently exists to, if we don't allow this variance, an unnecessary hardship will exist.
Is the hardship on the owner or is the hardship on the neighborhood? Whose hardship are we supposed to establish if it's unnecessary or not?
It's the applicant.
Okay. And why isn't that a mandate? Isn't that currently one of the requirements? Isn't that one of the 2 that are mandated under our current code?
No,
Oh, the unnecessary hardship is currently one of the 2 out of 5?
no, hold on, sorry. This is why I didn't want to read them verbatim into the code because it gets confusing to talk
thought we
about
already-
17 all at once. No, so it's, so the two that are required aren't, that's why I didn't want to do a side-by-side analysis
Oh,
because
so
they,
this is
they
one of the
don't,
2 out of 5 is the hardship?
no, they
is
don't
that-
translate between old and new.
Oh, there's no requirement now for you to show hardship if you want a variance?
So this says literal enforcement of the code would result in an unnecessary hardship. This is the proposed language.
I know, my question is, what is the current language with respect to hardship? There's-
It is the,
Criteria is number 1 on
It's-
slide 4.
F1, it says the applicant would suffer unnecessary hardship as a result of the application of the LUDC, which hardship is not generally applicable to other lands or structures in the same zone district because of the unusual configuration of the applicant's property boundaries, unique circumstances related to the location of existing structures thereon, or the existing, or the existence of exceptional topographic conditions thereon.
So doesn't that give the commission a lot more specifics on what to look for when they're analyzing hardship as opposed to the proposed sentence?
No, because I think there's a difference between a hardship that affects the individual versus a hardship that exists on the property, which is actually criteria C. So do you mind if I run through the rest of these? So B, there are no design alternatives that achieve the same objective. And yes, I know that language is also vague. Reduce the degree to which the variance is needed or do not result in a technically or financially infeasible solution. And there was a good amount of discussion around that one as well. And essentially this criteria is designed to be, the onus is on the applicant to make their case for what becomes financially or technically infeasible based on the scope of the project, essentially. So for instance, well, what I like to say is that you can engineer anything to work, right? We can out engineer our topography, we can cantilever, we can excavate, we can retaining wall, anything like that. But at some point, building your garage is not going to be worth those extreme technically and financially, you know, infeasible solutions. So that that is on the applicant to make that case for, hey, I have a hardship or I will have a hardship and this is the solution. The solution matches the scope of the variance essentially. And then C, they have to have one of the following 4. So the property has one or more of the following extraordinary or exceptional physical conditions that do not generally exist in nearby properties in the same zone district. Option 1 is that it is the parcel is partially encumbered by the flood zone, the no build area, or other restrictions resulting in a reduction in developable area. Number 2, the variance is necessary to allow or improve access to sunlight. 3, the variance is necessary to protect heritage trees. And 4, other substantial documented circumstance. And this set of language, these sub-criteria here are pulled from our documents, our Plan Manitou, state law, as well as the DOLA Model Land Use Code.
And a couple things. We have lots of no-build area properties, don't we? We have a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, Gloria's like, yeah. So that opens up variances for lots of the properties in town, I would think. My other comment is, and this is just a suggestion, but when you say under item B as in boy, or financially infeasible solution, I think it would help to add some language that says it's financially infeasible based on the nature of the project, as opposed to it's financially infeasible because we've looked at Julie's tax returns and she can't afford anything that would comply with the code. So we're going to give her the variance so that the financial feasibility doesn't have anything to do with, oh, I can't afford to do it the right way. Let me do it this way, kind of thing. But when I first read through the packet, I was concerned about the no build area exception in here because that applies to so many of our properties.
It does. It's also sort of a misnomer because you can build in the no build area if you follow the section of code that outlines development in areas of at risk of natural hazard and all of the geotechnical, geological evaluations, and are able to mitigate those adequately. So it's not necessarily an automatic gimme, and it isn't something that is a standalone criteria. You have to meet all of the other required criteria as well.
Add one more thing. On number A, I would suggest that that sentence is so vague about the unnecessary hardship. I think you can add language so that it says what you want it to say. Because you said unnecessary hardship on the property itself.
Mhm.
And so that clarification, because otherwise hardship can be, I can't afford anything more because my mother just went in the nursing home and no. We've heard so many stories, all the reasons why people can't afford to do it right, you know? So I think that should be clarified, that it would be, and I don't really even know, what is a hardship to a property?
So that's
not to a
actually
person?
identified as criteria C is the hardship to the property. When you're looking at the unnecessary hardship, for instance, that is, I have a north facing driveway. I could build this carport that needs to encroach a foot into the setback and not have to walk on ice to my door. Or, you know, however, that is argued by the applicant. But for instance, that's one that that resonates with a lot of folks. It's not necessarily having to do with the no build area. It's not necessarily having to do with building 18 feet over whatever, it can be a modest improvement.
But if I'm coming in and I'm saying, oh, literal enforcement of the code would result in an unnecessary hardship, and that's 2 out of the 3.
Right.
I am so sorry. Somehow I was still thinking that that was a mandate. But I still think you should explain hardship to whom or to where or to what? Is it a hardship on the community? Is it hardship on my wallet? What's
Sure.
that's just as vague as saying,
Yeah.
unreasonably that's just as vague as saying you're unreasonably affecting your neighbor's property if you get your variance. Really? Well, how unreasonable is it? I don't know.
Planning-
Depends on my mood that day.
Planning Commission, we talked about that one quite a bit. And then in reviewing kind of the again, like the 4 gold standard criteria, this was the language that was identified by DOLA. And they said, well, I kind of like that. And so that's where this one, that's why it's much more simple than the rest of the criteria.
And again, until you take this out for a ride, you don't really know how it's all gonna play out. and
Right, and
Then
that-
you could always bring it to us.
And that's exactly why we're here, is we've tried our existing criteria for
Oh, I agree.
3 years, and we've had this conversation.
No, this is awesome.
So,
But if you've already worked with language that is frustrating because it's so darn vague, I'd submit the way A is written is
Mhm.
just as bad.
Oh, yeah, no, I appreciate that suggestion. But I'm just saying that, again, I think we can incorporate your suggestion, but also understand that they may still need to come back in a month or so and say, let's make some additional tweaks based on experience.
so, that's the criteria. So we're gonna move on now to talking about the procedural change for variances. And really what this does is it just codifies the new procedure to structure the discussion and provide CPC an opportunity to formally evaluate each criterion individually. And the reason for this is because it happens at every single variance, and the conversation is very hard to track. It's very hard to let folks feel heard for each of the criteria. And so essentially, this is breaking down one variance vote into 4 variance votes. So planning staff will read each of the variance. So after, and maybe it's helpful to go to this one for a bit, but after we have the public hearing, after, so we have staff's presentation, the applicant testimony, public comment, applicant rebuttal, and then we close the public hearing, CPC deliberates, and then we have the findings of fact. And that looks like staff reading each of the variance criteria. There's a vote in which the simple majority must vote to approve any of the individual criteria. Staff then notes it on this handy dandy form, or one like it, and then states for the record if the requisite number of criteria were met. And then there's a motion to ratify the vote, at which point the commission may add additional conditions that are to be imposed. And the reason that it's clunky, I fully admit that it's clunky. I have actually used this process before in a previous planning role, and it provides an incredible amount of structure. And then it stops a lot of the debate over what conditions to impose if the thing's just going to be denied anyways. So that's why it's set up this way. This is included in the code amendment. I would also personally be in support of making this more of a policy rather than a code so that it can be changed more fluidly if needed.
But so currently there's nothing in the code that talks about how to run this aspect of things.
Correct.
And so if you were to just say, we want to take that, not have that be in the code per se, which makes sense to me, but.
Right, yeah.
And you don't have a preference one way or another?
This could still be adopted by Planning Commission as part of their standard operating procedures, similar as any other board policy. I would say I would want to check with our attorneys on that.
Okay.
I would suggest, because this is pretty close to what they already do anyway, don't you think, Gloria? Yeah. The only thing that they do, or at least when I was on it, which I admit was a long time ago, that I think is important is that the commissioners indicated the facts that they found which they believe meet the criteria. In other words, I don't just say, oh yeah, I think at least two of the three, I think they met two of the three exceptions, give them a variance. I have to say, what are the two?
Oh, it would
What are the
actually,
three, and why do I think two applies? What is the nature of the hardship that I found, or what is this or that? So that if it does get appealed, that way we have a better record where we're tying the facts to the analysis.
yeah, it would actually say, criteria 1, this is required, and we would say, the granting of the variance will not enable any condition or activity, yada, yada. And then there would be, okay, vote, and everyone would raise their hand, and I would note down who voted which way for that one. And then we would move on to the
Oh,
next
for
one.
each
For
criteria?
each criteria.
Oh.
So the only one that
okay.
that's really necessary on, which I agree, is for 2 sub C, which has those 4 possibilities. And they would identify which hardship applies to the property. So I agree. And I think documentation is really going to be helpful because it really just gives everyone an opportunity to clearly address how they feel about each criteria. Yes. Okay, so then moving on to the final part, which is the administrative adjustments. And I will say that this, just to make it very, very clear, this is not intended to circumvent CPC at all. This is not intended to give staff a lot more power. The reasons that the administrative adjustment section is proposed, and this is actually even kind of a distracting slide, so I'm going to go back. The reason that this section is proposed is because when we were going through our initial kind of, okay, what are our criteria? What are the gold standard for look like? And then there were several in there that either were regulated elsewhere in code, in which case we're kind of leaving that in that section, or could benefit from a new process. And so it's intended to provide relief for either smaller requests that don't then become either the variance process is too time or financially burdensome for the applicant to want to submit that variance. That gives them a small window that they can ask staff for an administrative adjustment under a very small opportunity, again, or it's something that shouldn't be decided in a public hearing. So of the 14 variances that CPC has seen since the LUDC was adopted, only one of them would have been diverted to the administrative adjustments process. And that's if it wasn't tied to the other variance that it was going with. So actually, over the past 3 years, we would not have diverted any of the variances to this process. However, the number of requests that staff gets through pre-application meetings, things like that, where we tell the applicants, you know, you got to pay $600, you got to wait 2 months, you got to go to this hearing, you got to get it, all these things. And they're just like, you know, I really just want to put the shed closer to the fence. And they just end up not doing it or however. And a lot of folks would say that that's, you know, good, you shouldn't get a variance then. But
Maybe
that,
we should just reduce the price for the smaller projects. Why should I pay $600 to move my shed a foot?
so this is commonly viewed as kind of mini variances for that reason. So when we talk about the administrative adjustments section, there's the section that adjusts the development standards, and it gives Fred here the authority to authorize adjustments up to 15% from any dimensional standard or numerical requirement except for parking and density, right? We will not touch those. And the reason that 15% is identified is because that is very similar to other communities in the Pikes Peak region. They already have this allowance. And so what that would look like, sorry, I thought I had it there, but, you know, on a 10-foot setback, you could then have an 8.5-foot setback. So it's not necessarily a huge thing, but that is one that does give a small amount of latitude to staff. Encroachment into front yard setbacks. This would allow essentially a new principal structure or an addition to an existing principal structure to encroach into their front yard setback up to the average of existing front yard setbacks on adjacent lots. So if my two neighbors were developed in a time when we had a 3-foot front yard setback and there's a lovely streetscape going up and down the block, but my house burned down and now I'm redeveloping it and now I've got to be back 15 feet and I'm going to be the odd man out. This allows you to then meet the historical development patterns that surround you.
So outside of like your house burning down, can you give another example?
It's also if you want to do an addition. So if I want to do an addition
Mhm.
to an existing principal structure,
Mhm.
I can go ahead and ignore the setback laws?
No, but you can get an administrative adjustment to permit, for instance,
So
a
they can-
front porch.
Does that mean that they can give me a break on the setbacks up to 15% less than what's required if I want to do an addition?
No, these would be individual criteria. They wouldn't stack.
What?
So that was administrative adjustments number, kind of like I guess item number 1, right? And item number 1 cannot be stacked with item number 2. It would just be, I need this administrative adjustment, and we would say, okay, great, you can go up to your front yard setback.
Okay, well, I
Or
don't
up
know
to-
what that means.
Sorry.
All I know is I'm reading and it says, in addition to an existing principal structure
Hmm.
is one of the circumstances in which I can seek administrative adjustment, AKA administrative variance. Am I wrong or am I right? Am I understanding that right?
Yes,
I am.
right.
And they
we-
can make an adjustment to my setbacks any amount they want. They can decide 0 setbacks. Is that right?
Well, it would be an average of the 2 existing on either side.
Oh,
So if one
I see.
neighbor.
I didn't read the rest of the sentence. Yeah. Okay,
can
I
I-
understand it now.
Does this apply to only to properties in the same zone. In other words, and I'll use the Becker's Lane condos for an example. That was generally Becker's Lane is a low density residential neighborhood, but the condos are in a different zone. So their setbacks are, I don't know, 10 feet from. So the next house over is in a different zone. And that, of course, we have the different setbacks. So does that mean that that person can say, well, right next door, literally right next door to me, it's 10 feet. So I now want to develop up to 10 feet. Is that something that is allowed then here?
Well, that's a great point.
Yeah.
So it would be
So-
the average, the way it's written currently, and we can absolutely include something like that, that limits it to the same zone district. However, commonly in planning practices, we would look at that as kind of like a buffer parcel where it might make sense to step your setbacks back, because it would be the average of the two. So it would fall right in between if they decided to develop up to that point.
But even if they're not in different zones, if they already received a variance, how does that play in? Would that then apply? Would the variance?
Be entitled to the variance.
Well,
is
well,
that
the
And they can-
properties adjacent
So
to
we
it.
could all,
You
right.
can have, so Becker's Lane can turn into condo lane
Uh-huh.
and we won't have any setbacks because there'll be condos. And it'll be okay because there's already existing, we already have a condo on the street like that.
Yeah, so my question is, since the condos that we're speaking of did receive a variance, then therefore would everyone else?
Yeah, so this doesn't address height. This would look at existing conditions, so whether there's a variance granted in the past, that is an existing condition. I would recommend not really making it conditioned upon whatever land use action existed prior, or happened prior, I guess. But that, yeah, we can absolutely write these provisions in if that's
But,
the will of the
but
council.
that would be administrative. That would not go before, the planning director would have the discretion of making that decision. It would not go to planning commission. Am I understanding that?
Yes, that is the
Okay.
proposal.
All right.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question? So I want to add a question in terms of earlier you talked about what this 15% would apply to.
Mhm.
Okay, so we were working on the previous proposal and our height standard were 36 feet.
Mhm.
And then we're granting a 15% administrative height proposal. Is that correct?
If it meets the criteria,
Okay.
there
so
are
let's say if-
criteria.
Okay. So basically we go from, so in the previous proposal, we're going for 36 feet to 39. Then we're granting 15% if you comply on top of that administratively, which is 46 feet. Okay, thank you very much for that.
So we do
Yes.
try to screen HVAC, by the
Wait,
way,
wait,
so
wait, wait,
typically you
wait.
don't see it.
Wait. So my comment is that true in terms of what I just said, following that train of thought? Which is that previously, before we were looking at changing the height and the density, okay? So in the particular, the height, we were going from 36 to 39. So if we agree with that, and then we layer on this 15%, now we're at 46 feet just administratively. Okay, all right, okay, then follow me. So the same thing for density. We were going from 20 to 30.
This doesn't apply to density.
Density
No,
doesn't apply to that.
No,
Oh, okay.
neither
okay.
does minimum
Okay,
parking.
that's why I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Only to dimensional standards.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and then the item number 3 is for accessibility. This is proposed development or alteration is necessary to create reasonable accommodations to individuals with disabilities as outlined in the Americans with Disabilities Act. And this is one of those criteria where I feel very, very strongly that that decision should not be made in a public hearing. And I do believe that this is something that should be able to be accommodated through an administrative application.
Would they have to be people who live there? Or can I tell staff that I have a really good friend with a disability and that's why I need a variance? So she can come visit more often without struggling up the stairs. Whose disability counts in this sentence?
So typically, this is not, typically this would be the property owner or the resident. It's not limited to that. I will say, for instance, there was a variance application last year that had to do with the father of the resident. So, you know, and that was certainly a point of discussion, was whether or not that variance was needed. And again, I think that that is something that should be up to the applicant rather than the planning commission to determine what's needed.
I recall, this didn't fly, but it was so interesting, that the applicant made the claim that in the future they were going to be disabled.
Oh, that was
They'd have to
that
go
was a
into
separate
the
variance.
garage, that they're not disabled now, but they're gonna be. And so, I mean, is that something that administratively you can go, yeah, well, probably at
If staff
most of
likes
us,
it.
I wouldn't necessarily call that a reasonable accommodation. But that, yeah, that's absolutely,
Maybe you
just-
need to say individuals with current disabilities. As opposed to,
we
I
could.
think I'm gonna be disabled in 30 years. I need to fix my house now and eliminate my setbacks so I can stay at home.
Unless I'm building it now while I'm able to, and I'm incorporating it into the architecture so that it won't be as visually intrusive down the line when I do have this congenital, however,
Yes, yeah, I would
we
hope that
view it.
that- I would hope that variance would be denied what you just described. I think if you don't currently have the
No,
disability.
but I mean, you could be diagnosed with MS and know that it's going to get progressively worse.
Exactly, and that should not be up to staff.
And again, we shouldn't be talking about it in a public, right? I
Exactly.
understand.
So regardless of if this is, regardless of how this all goes down, I feel very, very strongly that that should not be a standard that needs to be met or should be in any way discussed in a public hearing by public officials. I think that's just a recipe for disaster. And then we get into some of these other items. These in particular, dealing with the historic district, and in the current variance criteria, it talks about preserving a contributing historic structure. We already have that outlined. They're not codified in Chapter 17. We're looking at including that in Chapter 17 revisions that will be coming before you at some point. But these exist in the dimensional standards for residential zone districts. And so you really have to know where to hunt for these in order to find them. And for instance, for this first one where the Historic Preservation Commission can grant a reduction to the side setback to be no less than 5 feet from 7.5 feet. Where this is regulated by the body that oversees Chapter 17, you have to look in Chapter 18 to find that allowance. And so it's just kind of an odd place. And so hopefully by consolidating the existing allowances into this administrative adjustment section, and it would still go before the Historic Preservation Commission in this instance, I think it will be helpful for anyone using the code to help find some of these anomalies. So we're looking at the historic district one, as well as the accessory projection one that we've been mentioning with HVAC and church belfries and antennas and, things of that matter. So this is where it says that, additional height up to 5 feet can be allowed for some of these items. Again, this is just going to take that existing section and put it into the administrative adjustment section so that there is a process for it now, because right now it's just noted on a site plan and it's just noted on your elevations, but there's no official decision other than that approval. So, and then finally, the approval criteria for administrative adjustments. The planning director may approve or shall approve, excuse me, so long as the essential character of the neighborhood will not be substantially altered. The resulting development will not enable any condition or activity that unreasonably annoys or interferes with, does that adverse impact. And then 3, the intent of the specific regulation in question is met. So for instance, if the intent of the setback is to provide distance between 2 structures for fire clearance or whatever, and that's not being met because of whatever variance or administrative adjustment is requested, that's grounds for the planning director to say, no, I'm not going to approve this. They could still apply to planning commission for a variance at that point, but it does kind of give staff here the ability to say, this isn't in line with what the code means, and therefore we're not going to approve it.
And potentially saves money. Is there a monetary piece to that if they go through this process versus going through the planning commission, or no?
So we haven't talked about the fee for the administrative adjustment yet. I would assume it would be somewhere in the same range as, we haven't talked about it yet.
Okay, I was just curious that.
I would assume it would be less than a
Okay.
variance.
I have an issue with, we're on slide 14, right? Number 1. I'm having trouble with an administrative decision on what constitutes substantially altering the character of a neighborhood. And one of the reasons that I feel so comfortable with these things going to the planning commission is that one of the criteria for serving on the planning commission is that you live here. So any changes, I mean, no offense to any of you that don't live here, but I'm just saying that, and many of the people that have served on the commission and currently serve have lived here for a long time. So what I think might substantially alter my neighborhood might not be something that you think substantially alters my neighborhood. And I'm just really concerned with concentrating that kind of decision making on on an administrative level versus going to the planning commission. And I'm just having some real heartburn about that. So I just want to let you know that I don't feel good about it.
I understand that. So I think using our professional judgment and training will really be helpful here. They do need to meet all 3 of these criteria. And I will also say that the essential character of the neighborhood is not something that the planning commission is empowered to consider. That's not one of their criteria. So this is really looking at something like those intangibles that we as staff see all the time and we hear from the residents, yes, their chicken coop being that close to the fence is really going to impact me. Well, whether or not that's regulated in code, that's something that we can say is probably going to, make more of an impact on that road than on other roads and things like that. I do think that our professional judgment would be really helpful there, but I definitely understand where you're coming from.
I think the big thing too is that if this is a hard no, and you guys can say absolutely not, it saves a ton of time and energy, right? I mean, I think that's a huge part of this.
It also occurs to me because you mentioned something about the fact, I guess we charge the same amount for a big project to be reviewed and to have to go before the commission as a little 1-foot setback issue with moving a shed within the setback.
Right, we don't have
requirement.
major and
So we
minor
have
variances.
We have the same price. And if you said this is a solution to 2 problems, and one of the 2 you mentioned was that people don't want to pay $600 just to do some tiny little silly thing. So I would suggest that maybe the solution is that we reevaluate what we charge people depending on what their depending on the scope of their application.
Would you feel comfortable
As
if these were
opposed, pardon?
called? If we change these from administrative adjustments to minor variances, is that, like,
No, actually, what I'm saying is I'm with Judith Chandler, not only with respect to that one sentence, but the whole thing. I'm not in favor at all personally about staff making these decisions for a variety of reasons that I won't elaborate at the moment. But I'm just saying that if part of the problem, there's a problem and then staff comes up with a solution. So you mentioned one of the problems is that some people say, oh, I'm not going to pay $600 just for that, So I'm just saying one solution, your solution to that problem is to have staff deal with it and will eventually make it cheaper. I'm saying I'm not in favor of the staff deal with it part, but I am in favor of evaluating what we charge depending on the scope of their application.
I would just mention that, and the group can keep me honest on this, but I think there's a conceptual precedent that we set. I want to say maybe it was 3 or 4 months ago around the easement process. And it feels very similar. I think, Councilor Wolf, you raised this concept. We found a sweet spot with, we trust staff making decisions, you're expert, et cetera. However, there's an appeals process that at least gives a little bit of a fail-safe to potentially, and that found kind of a balance. And I think it's similar here, but I may have missed something.
Here's the difference. Historically, applications that get reviewed by staff in Manitou are always approved. I mean, rarely denied, rarely. They want to keep everybody happy. You live here, we know each other, I mean, it's just common sense. So they're not going to have people appealing a denial because they're so rare to have a denial. In fact, if they have a denial, they just go with a variance like Chelsea said. So that to me is a distinction in this situation. I don't want, if something is approved administratively and I have no idea it was approved and I think it's a horrible thing, there's nothing I can do about it. How can I appeal it? It's administrative. It happened at somebody's desk yesterday. So, and these are land use issues. I mean, these are permanent, in many situations, permanent changes. So that's why I'm not comfortable by just saying, oh, well, if the applicant gets denied, they can appeal to council. That's true if in the easement situation, because they're applying for an easement so that they can have legal use of the city's property that they want to use privately. But in this situation, there's no one to appeal. There's really no appeal. My concern is I just don't want all these things to be rubber stamped, which seems to be the easier, more common way that things go.
Could
I just
I
wanted
address a
this one.
couple of those concerns?
Just real quick.
Okay.
Chelsea, just in terms, and this came up during the easement discussion, in terms of size, what's the volume of applications here that would likely go down this path? I'm just curious.
So we don't have metrics on that because they're not currently required to get separate applications.
Can you just use your professional judgment to ballpark if this were in place over the next 12 months, just kind of a gut instinct to help support and inform? 5, 10, 20,
So
70?
we've had 14 variances over the past 3 years. I would say maybe equal to the number of variances. It's hard to say.
No, it's just a direction, and I don't want you to feel backed in. I just wanted to get a sense. It's not 140, it's
It's not every day.
14. So just to gauge
And-
the risk and, but no. So
I-
please share your comments.
Well, first is that, we know we're not making everyone happy. We are in fact only succeeding if no one's happy. So the idea that staff is approving every application, I don't feel is very representative of the work that we do to bring applicants into compliance and to work with them to refine their applications so that they comply with code. We do a lot of work to bring those
But
applicants.
you might not work here for the next 50 years. We've had lots and lots and lots of planning directors and lots of staff. And if this is going to be the new law, this isn't just going to apply to you, whom we might very much trust because we know you, you're whatever. But to me, if we're making law, we don't make it a certain way instead of a different way because, we trust you, you're so good, you do it right. Not everybody is like that.
Sure. There's, like I said, there are precedents for these types of adjustments in the Pikes Peak region. They're a lot of other neighboring communities I looked at have very similar allowances that are granted to staff.
Planning Commission only meets once a month, and there are certain months when there's nothing on their agenda and they don't even meet. So if they have to have 4.5 additional variance requests annually, I don't think it's going to blow their minds. I think it'll be fine. It is fine now.
Madam Mayor, can I have a question? Okay, I step me through this process. First off, number one, I guess my overall comment is we're flipping through all these slides. I'm not really certain what we're solving here or what the big problem is. That still is a little foggy to me. To be perfectly honest, with the previous request of layering this on top of 15% really sends, in my opinion, height standards and whatnot. That is a huge, big no-go to me. I mean, to me, that is just an additional kind of layered loophole. Okay. I guess what I want everybody to envision this. Somebody comes down to do this 15% thing. They have this little chit chat with you guys. You guys utilize your professional, judgment, and you grant it. And then suddenly the people who are living on the block, there's all of this stuff happening. Okay. So somebody's already taken out a building permit. The construction equipment is already arriving in the whole 9 yards. The variance has already been given. So there's no visibility to the community in terms of what's happening. Is that correct? Can you help me just make sure if what I'm depicting is what it would feel like living on that street?
Yeah, actually, we are working currently on getting all of our administrative decisions posted on our website, and they'll be updated daily.
Okay, but guess what? I spend a lot of time on our website, okay? And people in this community do not spend that time on our website. And we would love that they would spend more time with the important kind of notices and things like that. But this is not going to be something that most people are going to do, is just be thinking, oh, once a week, I need to go check the website to see whether there's been any administrative approvals. Then if that occurs, I have this real problem where now we charge the neighborhood to invoke an appeal of an administrative decision. I think that is just really, wait a second, that is a burden. First, number one, that you're telling me I have to go check the city website all the time to see whether these things, because it's not posted, I'm not notified. You guys are just making decisions in the office, okay? My point is, and I don't want to get wrapped up into Julie's thing about, do we have good people who are making good judgments in the whole 9 yards? It's just the public process from the standpoint of the neighborhood that now just suddenly stuff is happening. They had no notice, okay? You're telling me they're supposed to be checking the city website on their neighborhood on a weekly basis to see whether administrative approvals are given. And then they have to waltz down here, thread through our process, figure out how to appeal this before all the building permits are pulled. This is not good. This is not good. I do not think this is transparent. I think this is just stuff happening, okay, whether it's good or bad. I just think that's not the way we should be rolling.
Sure.
Okay.
And we did receive that feedback from Chair Delwich as well.
Well, and another comment. I don't care what Colorado Springs does.
Okay.
Okay. I don't care what Fountain does. I do not count what Monument does. If we want to just collapse into just doing it because everybody else is doing it, then I would suggest we unincorporate, become a 5,000 person bedroom community of Colorado Springs, and then go down to City Hall and do it that way. To me, I think there is a distinctive reason for living here, and that is involvement. It may mean there's a little bit more friction, a little bit more overhead, and guess what? For all the staff we have, for 5,000 people, if we would just collapse, it would be a lot more efficient, and there wouldn't be, and let me tell you, if we did that, there would be no reason for any of these facilities whatsoever, or any of this staff. So I think we need to kind of examine things from the standpoint of our own culture in this community and what people's expectations are here. Okay. And for involvement, for notice, okay, and for us to visit our own standards, okay, not because this is just pablum that Colorado Springs is doing it this way or Fountain's doing it that. That's helpful for me to know that they're doing that, but to me, that doesn't mean it's an automatic axiom for me that we do it just the way Colorado Springs does it. Thank you.
Sure. So, and then, so I just had a quick thing. So just to clarify, so currently you would have to have the sign posted on your property that you were getting a variance and you have to mail out the postcards. Is that what there's that version and then there's the, okay. that's
It's 300 feet.
300 feet. Okay. I was just trying to clarify the difference between what would change.
Correct.
Okay.
And I would just make this one last pitch. Should all of the other administrative adjustment items be foregone, and that's completely up to you. I would ask that there still be an administrative process identified to deal with ADA requests outside of the public hearing process.
Okay. And just to say, she
Thank
agreed,
you.
but it needs to be much more specific just so that we're recording that.
And I agree with you from the standpoint of kind of the privacy and the dignity. I totally agree with you. And I would be very supportive of that type of an approval. The rest of this stuff, we slid through a few of these slides here and you didn't even read them. Okay, in terms of what was going on. And I read the packet. So I'm not certain that at this point that I can roll with this kind of administrative 15% thing because I have to work through use cases and think through what does this look like on my block if this happened 2 doors up from me. Okay. And then I put myself in the shoes of, I think I'm pretty well informed in terms of the council member, in terms of what's going on. And then I have to think to myself, what are the capabilities of the rest of my neighborhood to be knowing what's going on and what's their perception? So I try and kind of work through these use cases before we make this kind of a change to say, what is this doing to our culture in our community? What does this mean to, I hate to say it, I used to be able to use that term, the little old lady or the little old man who lives up the block. And now I'm the little old man. Okay. So I have to now say, what is the perception of the 23-year-old who lives up the block in terms of their ability to understand what's happening to their neighborhood? So I think this 15% thing package, except for the ADA thing here, is way too much for me to approve at this point, just given the interaction we've had. And we spent a lot of time. And I think we've been, have pretty good discussions about it, but I still feel like I cannot even fathom the ramifications of a lot of this.
Are you comfortable with the variance language, just not the administrative adjustments? Am I articulating that correctly?
Yes, and I did want to also point out that several of the administrative adjustment and the slides that I did glaze over was only because they already exist in code, and I'm really just
Mhm.
trying to consolidate those items.
Right.
So that was the only reason. I apologize for not being more clear about that, Counselor Shada. But yes,
So the
these
initial-
could be adopted individually. Yeah.
If we were to take out the administrative adjustments, that would, I guess, we could figure it out. Go
Variances
ahead.
would still be, it's a It's a
The
standalone.
consolidation would be
Yes.
great. We could do the consolidation, we could do the ADA,
Mhm.
and we could do the language that everybody's been working on to sort of support. And then if Julie has different words she wants to add, we can do that when we go to that next step.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I just want to apologize if you're kind of feeling a little bit beat up for all this work you've done. However, once I read, the information in the packet, I was opposed to all of the administrative adjustments for well articulated, they've already been very well articulated. But I am certainly willing to make an exception for the ADA issue, so I understand where you're coming from. I'm not supporting any other administrative criteria. With regards to the language of what's existing in the code now, I guess in reviewing it, it's not that different to me than what we already have, and I'm just wondering what was the problem in the first place that we're taking one set of maybe vague language and replacing it with another set of vague language. To me, I don't see any great problem that this is taking care of. So I'd need you to fill me in on that because I'm okay with the original criteria. I don't see it's that different. I just don't see it as that different. So maybe I just haven't been understanding you well enough. So that's where I'm at right now.
I appreciate that feedback and I apologize for not being more clear. And Counselor Latimer, you may be able to shed some light on this too, but typically when we have variances, the conversation that the planning commissioners have it sort of devolves it's because I think each criteria is trying to tackle sort of multiple topics. And I think by more clearly aligning our criteria with kind of the gold standard, I think we'll create more effective criteria that is easier for planning commission and applicants and staff to to understand. And I understand that it's still vague, but I think when you look at, a criteria that asks, is there a hardship that the property has versus what we have currently, which is like, there's a hardship and it might be for the property or it might be for the owner or it might be for this. And it kind of goes all over the place and it's hard to piece out all of these different kind of subtopics. And on top of that, one of the really common conversations that they have is, well, they could just do nothing. And yes, there's always you don't have to develop in theory, but the community members that are living in these properties that are legal nonconforming buildings, legal nonconforming lots, these are your community members that are trying to maintain their ability to live here. And for whatever reason, they've come to the planning commission and asked for this special permission to allow them to do this thing that they view as necessary to live their life here as part of your community.
That's a great example, but on the planning commission, you're right, they're going to hear this person and would they deny something? I mean, the planning commission isn't going to deny a hardship just because it's, you know what I mean? It's like this language doesn't, in my opinion, give the planning commission any additional information for which to make a knowledgeable, informed decision, I guess is what I'm saying, because they're going to take those criteria into consideration and when that person has that hardship. So, and you said, again, you had 14 variances over the last several years. So to me, we're not talking about a tremendous amount of work here, additional work. And also of those 14 variances, were any of them appealed? I mean, did we have appeals on anything? I mean,
I thought there was one.
there was one.
Guy who said I'm not disabled yet.
The future disability. I will end with this. I'm still not convinced, but I appreciate you. I will end with this, and this is a little off topic, but I do want to end with, I think Council Wolf had a great suggestion that I do think we need to look at the fee structure for major and minor applications, so don't want that to die
Great.
in the vine.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go around really quickly because I can't, there are nuances, but I do actually appreciate the changes. So I don't know where we all are.
Well, I want to echo that too. Like, I love directionally that you're trying to simplify the language to provide more discretion, that sort of matches your expertise. So that's not just unique to these changes, but just in general, I like that. It's sort of that constant balance between forensic rules versus just broader principles, and the sweet spot somewhere in between. So I like that. Question for you, in terms of motivation behind it, did the CPC, did you socialize this with CPC too, the new language that's in here? And did they have an opportunity to react to it? I may have missed that.
Yes, so this is the result of 4 work sessions and a public hearing. They do,
So they're supportive of
This is the
this language
recommendation.
and the administrative process as well. And I would say operationally, and to me, it's conceptually very similar to the easement in terms of empowering staff to make decisions. And I think we found the sweet spot with the appeals process, whether an appeals process makes sense for this, but directionally, I think I'm okay with staff using their expertise on some of these administrative things. But I think Counselor Shader, you're raising concerns on very specific ways that could be implemented that may not serve well. But broadly speaking, staff owning those decisions, I'm okay with. And maybe the sweet spot is to use as a reporting mechanism if there is a real concern that people have, that maybe it is a report periodically to the CPC on what you've done with the administrative process. So that's my take on this. And thank you for all of the work that goes into this. And I hope you don't stay for 50 years because I hope you're retiring somewhere, but I do hope you stay for a long time. Thanks for all the work.
And I do, Nate, just to clarify too, so it was supported by the planning commission, but it was a 4-3 vote.
right.
So
And
just so you're aware, so they did a ton of work and they got to this language, but it wasn't a
I-
clear win. There were nuances, right, to how,
can I just give a little context?
that'd be great.
So the 4-3 vote, we had 2 commissioners that identified their reasons for voting nay. One of them wanted, rather than 2 of the 3, or no, excuse me, they wanted criteria 1 and 2 to be required, rather than just criteria 1 on the variances. And then the other commissioner, Chair Delwich, indicated that he was also opposed to the administrative adjustment section, except for the ADA changes. So we do have that on the record as kind of like the reasoning, just for whatever that's worth.
It's really helpful. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify from my own education, there was a part in the presentation where this wasn't going to be part of like changes to the code, but rather added to the standard operating procedures. Does that hold for these administrative adjustments and so forth, or no, this is going directly into the code? These are code changes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was
Thanks.
just the suggestion of how to run the meeting, whether that should be codified.
Okay.
And I think that you were going to talk to Jeff Parker and see if how that could handle. I just think it's, again, putting things in code sometimes when it, anyway,
Right.
but it's up.
Yeah, we just want to find the right regulatory document.
Yeah. Okay, Julie, where are you kind of landing with things as we're going around?
Well, I'm not in favor of staff granting any variances besides the ADA issue. I just think we've heard so much from our community while we were all campaigning about transparency, transparency, and transparency are the 3 most important things to us that we'd like to see improved. And I think it's not transparent for all the reasons that John Shada elaborated. In terms of the other stuff, the language for variances frankly, I just need to go back and look at what exists because the way it was, see, if this had been presented with, red line, current code, changes to the code, I could have processed it. But, I couldn't tell you with all these pages in the packet, like, what is the current code? What is the changes they want to make?
The
Oh,
red
the
lines
current
are-
code is hardship. Oh, the changes are hardship. Well, wait a minute. Well, oh, it's a different hardship sentence. So frankly, I just have to go back and study it harder before I can predict how I would vote on an ordinance. I still think the language is pretty vague and I'm not sure it's a step in the right direction, but some of it might be, okay. So I'd have to look further.
Judith, you kind of,
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
just,
Can I just say one other thing? Sorry, Judith. Sorry. I do that all the time.
too late, no.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say the other thing that was mentioned, I don't know if it was you, Judith. Somebody said, I don't know what problem you're trying to solve, and I understand the answer in vague terms. Oh, quality of life will be improved. That doesn't resonate with me. So, I intend to talk to some of the people that are on the planning commission and ask them, what exactly is the problem and why do you think this sentence is going to solve it so that I can get more input?
so I would just like to say thank you for all your hard work. I really do appreciate it. I am supportive of the administrative adjustment regarding the ADA. I am not in favor of any of the other administrative adjustments that you have brought forward. With regards to the criteria, I'm not ready to make a decision on that. I personally also need some extra time to take a look at it and see what is it we're trying to, what problem are we trying to solve and is this solving it? So I'm gonna have to sit on the fence on this one.
I don't have anything more to add other than what Julie and Judith have already said. They've said it very well. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the hard work and the many hours you have put into this, as well as the planning commission. I guess I've two things to mention. I don't think you'll ever be able to define unreasonable, unnecessary. There's language in here that I know there have been attempts made to make it more specific. So there's always a bit of discretion, and some people would call that making arbitrary decisions. I think given the number of variances that come forward, that the planning commission should hear those. If the idea is that staff can look at an application and say, oh, this doesn't really need a variance, that's one thing. But I think the discretion of whether a variance should be granted should go to the planning commission.
And how do you feel about the changes to that variance piece, not the
The
administrative?
ADA piece,
The ADA piece, but also, yeah, the criteria.
the criteria, I'm okay with the criteria
Thank
as
And
submitted.
thank you. And I'm also okay with the criteria. I'm comfortable with all the administrative adjustment suggestions that have come forward. The ADA is obviously very important. But I do think it's important to, again, clean up some of those additional items like moving things around. I think that's important too. So, so with that, I think we have enough to move forward with this as an ordinance, and we'll continue to work on it. And I do, when it does start to come forward to us, I am going to encourage us to reach out as much as we can in advance of the meeting, so that we can do our best to figure out where we need to be at that meeting itself. So, all right.
Thank
Excellent.
you all. I appreciate the
Thank you.
feedback.
All right, next up, consideration of amenity requirements for private parking facilities. At least this is a little different.
I'll
I'm ready,
do-
I'm
yeah.
ready for my brain
I'll
to.
do just a quick introduction of this. We were asked to look at this about 9 or 10 months ago, and we just didn't have the bandwidth and the time to do it. So now that we've started a new year, et cetera, I asked Fred if he could just bring suggest or thoughts, and then we need direction from you. So this is really just a conversation of how would you like to move forward, if you want to move forward, or if you just want to say, this isn't something we want to do. So this is really a conversation asking for direction.
Okay, thank you very much. I did not prepare a PowerPoint presentation. I just have the memo that should be in your packet. In short, I did not find a whole lot of information related to this particular topic in our professional organization or looking out and seeing what other communities are doing. But what I did provide in the memo was, first of all, a little bit of background, understand to make sure we have an understanding of location and number of parking lots, parking spaces, and restroom facilities in the city. And so that's in the background section. So with the request to research potential solution to, I guess to I believe what the problem is of not having adequate or not having bathroom facilities in parking lots or requiring them, I found very very limited information, but I did find some context to understand, I guess, when restroom facilities are generally required. So did a high level research of communities in the state. And in the end, staff is unfamiliar with any Colorado community that requires bathroom facilities and paid parking lots without a specific other type of purpose or destination included. So what that means is I didn't see a requirement for bathroom facilities just for the parking lot. However, what I did find was a couple other things. Number one, the building code does require restroom facilities for an occupied structure. And so if you look at the building code, if you're building a parking structure that is occupied, that's staffed, or has other occupiable space, that's usually when that's when the building code requires restroom facilities. The other thing that I noted or that I noticed in my research was that when a parking lot is used for a particular destination or an amenity like a trailhead, a beach, and not so much here in the state, but in particular in California, when parking lots are required or when parking lots are proposed for access to a beach or access to the shoreline, access to some sort of amenity, usually that's when either a bathroom facility is required in the parking lot or the entity, usually it's a public entity that is that's building that parking lot, will put in a bathroom facility for that particular amenity. So there's very limited information that I found, but what I made is some suggestions that if a restroom facility requirement is desired for the construction of a paid parking lot, I offered a couple considerations for council to consider. Number one, what would be the number of parking spaces that could trigger restroom facilities? And what are those standards for restroom facilities? Do they need to be permanent? Are we okay with portable restroom facilities? Number of stalls that would be required for the particular parking lot, cleaning frequency standards, hours of operation. The other thing that we were kind of batting back and forth is, would council want to consider options options for committing off-site restroom facilities for use by the parking lot. So for example, if the parking lot developer does not want to install restroom facilities, could they make an agreement with another entity, another business owner or the city or some other entity to assure that restroom facilities are available in a proximate way? So that is what I found. Like I said, I didn't find a whole lot of information.
Well, I guess my comment is you need to look here. Number one, all right, we have wonderful new restrooms at the Dillon parking lot. So I think we have a precedence for that. Okay. We have current remodeling going on. And in fact, it was memorialized in an agreement, okay, that we made with the Cog Railway that we would build restrooms and they would partially help pay for them at Hiawatha. So there's precedent number two. Okay. And number three, this council spent money on another district's property to the tune of about $100,000 for restrooms. So we've got three examples right here in our own culture, in our own community. And to me, I think that is really meaningful to talk about that. And I think, Fred, your observations about can other accommodations be made because they're adjacent and frequency that they're open, I think those are all excellent technical things that I think that if we go down this path that we need to have because and I think we have as a community been really, really, really trying our best not to have our guests and our community members using facilities in a plastic box. I think that has been an extraordinary thing that I think really in the last 6 years that I've been on this council that we have, I'm just thinking of all the facilities we've built and I'm really proud of them. Okay. And I'm really proud of actually the upgrades that we've made, you know, not only to the ones here in City Hall. Okay. All right. And I think we have some opportunities with Soda Springs Park restrooms and with City Hall restrooms in which I think we can step up to a little bit better standards for our community and whatnot. So I think we ought to ASAP proclamate some standards. And I guess I'm going to make the following suggestion that if essentially the parking lot exceeds 30 spaces, that there be at least a standard for one community toilet, okay, that is not a plastic box, okay? And we start there because
It'd have to be new, right? I don't think we
Well,
grandfathered in.
I think it's for anything that's an expansion or anything like that, okay? And which is reasonably, so I guess my comment is what I don't want to encourage is what I would sort of kind of call kind of a creeping thing, because sometimes we have lots that are very sliver lots. And what I don't want to do is have somebody create a few parking spaces like 10, then get that through, then buy the sliver next door and do another 10, see what I mean? And then the next thing you know, before we know it, we've got 60, okay, with no restroom. Okay, so it seems like to me there ought to be some adjacency to it and whatnot. I think that's an excellent idea. I mean, one of the things that we thought about when I was on council, when I was much more like your age, young person, okay, was that we did not have restrooms in Soda Springs Park, okay? And we talked about whether we wanted to basically use the restrooms that at that time were public restrooms in the spa building. And could we accommodate? So I like that kind of flexibility that if we can do that adjacent with somebody, okay, that makes sense. I think that's good environmental stewardship that we don't have to lose a parking place to do it. Now, I know we talked about how many spots we were going to build at Hiawatha. And I think we looked and I think Denise or somebody made a comment that there aren't any standards out there for number of parking spaces and whatnot. So I think we kind of made some good guesstimates as to what it would be. Okay. All right. And I think where we're headed in Hiawatha compared to those plastic containers, okay, I think people are going to be really tickled with what they see at Hiawatha this summer. Okay. And I think we ought to continue that because I think that is probably one of the biggest hospitality needs if we're going to be a hospitality community. And I think we got something done down at Wichita because we did it. Okay. And I think we did the right thing with the new restrooms in the Wichita lot. I think we did the right thing, okay? We did the right thing with wonderful new public restrooms over at Shriver as well. And those are adjacent to a parking lot and trail things. And so I think when you look, and so really if you look at my comments about kind of our are things that we can do better, which is Soda Springs Park and City Hall restrooms, okay? We've got excellent facilities up at Bar Trailhead. And so now the big laggard is, the incline. And if you've been up there on a Sunday, I suggest that you take a respirator because somehow or another, we are unable from the standpoint of Colorado Springs to have those things serviced. And let me tell you, by midday, it is really a stench. And people who are visiting the incline do not know that they are visiting a Colorado Springs facility. They are in our community with our signage and our name all over the place. It's our reputation, okay? Supposedly, there's been some big, huge gift that was supposedly part of the conditional use. And because we fell behind and we did not require that to be done in a certain amount of time, here we are. 20 years later, nothing's done, and we still have all these stinking porta potties. So I would suggest that no, the porta potty thing is not an acceptable standard for a private parking lot, okay? And that is a really good reason because we have experience with something. When we did the incline, we really had no idea how big that thing would be, and it turned into a very, very popular attraction, okay? So I suggest that we move really quickly with this and come up with some very good seat of the pants numbers and at least start with a minimum of one gender facility in a parking lot. And that will be so much better than what we have right now. You know what I mean? Thank you.
I'm just gonna, okay, and Julie, you can go in just a second, but, I do think that if we're literally trying to solve one problem, which is the incline, I don't know that we need to create a citywide policy. We need to figure out how to fix that incline piece, but I do also think that we need to, there's more to it, right? As you said, we have to look at spacing them out and where we want them. And, do we need more parking facilities if they're built right next to the Dillon to then have to put bathrooms right next to the Dillon? Like you said, we have to, the West End potentially needs some more facilities, but I know like Tubby's is planning on doing public bathrooms. I know the Arcade's planning on doing public bathrooms. So we may need an assessment. We may need to look at our high bathroom need areas and look at that piece. And then additionally, there's things like, are there already structures like at the Dillon where we were able to build off those structures, but are we requiring people to plumb and, do sewage lines for an empty lot? There's just a lot to me. Like, I don't want to potentially require something that can be an $150,000 or so additional expense, particularly if it's not even needed in that area. So just that part. But without a doubt, the incline is an issue. Without a doubt, we potentially need to look at more public restrooms on the west end of town. But those are just two areas of town. I'm not really sure how much I want to dive into a whole policy around something when we really just potentially have a couple of problem areas. So I just want to point that out.
Madam Mayor, I do not agree with any of what you just said. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I really
A
don't.
lot of people.
I think that if the amount of money that these private entities are making, I think that's a reasonable criteria to start with saying that if you're going to add 30 parking spaces, okay, as a part of your new development, you will provide one toilet, for gender, okay, that is accessible, and that we come up with some reasonable things. We have experience with how often restrooms need to be open. We have a plethora of that. We can look at our own policies, okay? I can't remember how we've had a complaint, okay? And I don't think we need to go in the direction of overkill where there is this big, huge, monstrous, self-cleaning, multi-$100,000, $500,000 facility that's in the middle of Bancroft Park. And I'm afraid with all the caveats, Madam Mayor, that you came up with, we will come up with no policy at all. And we'll suddenly just have just these 30-car parking places, and they're getting to be very popular. And we will have no restrooms, and it will be on us to fix the problem. And I think that if you're going to make this kind of money off of a vacant lot, you can put some amenities in. 30 parking spaces. Let's look at how many people are there on the weekend at any one time. That's 90 people. Then let's look at the turnover rate of a parking lot. What, 2 times, 3 times on the weekend? We're talking about 300 guests, okay? And so to me, I think this is a reasonable expectation that we quickly write some code, because I see this thing kind of just creeping up on us. And I think if we do not get something in place, and instead we're just going to wring our hands about, oh, it could be or might be, or oh, is it a big problem, and what's the proximal kind of stuff, we will never get something before us, okay? And then we will just be behind the curve, okay? And then it will fall on the taxpayer to fix this problem.
Okay, thank you. And Julie, go ahead.
I think it's also a negative impact on the businesses in the downtown area. Most of us, well, those of us who hang out downtown know that when the Metro District decided to close the bathrooms that we paid to have repaired and improved and remodeled over there, the businesses were miserable because people were miserable. Their visitors, their tourists, even the locals were like, we need to use your bathroom. And we're not going to walk 4 blocks to go use the bathroom. And no, this is our little private bathroom in the back. We can't have people back. Well, so I think it also is a benefit to the business community. I agree with everything John said. The reason I disagree with the mayor's proposal that we just kind of like, oh, let's not rush into this, is, with the Schmishny lot being expanded now to the, what's it called? The Ute Hotel lot? Potentially. I would like to get some policies or ordinances in place before that happens. Regardless of the details of what that looks like. One toilet for every 30, 2 toilets, a boy and a girl, no, that's going to be unisex, whatever, we can hash that out. But I think it's really important for us to get on this before there's a lot more motion in that direction toward the potential expansion of that parking lot, because that's on the west end. There's nothing else out there. And when people don't have a place, and the west end is also where all of the homeless people walk so that they can then go up, the trail and sleep in the mountain. And they pee and they poop wherever they can. Which, is human. You got to do it somewhere. So I think it's really in the best interest of our community to move forward with this as soon as possible.
Yep, go ahead.
This is just administrative, but we noticed this morning that just for the list to be complete, to add Fields Park, the 2 bathrooms adjacent to the parking lot there to your list would increase the number a little bit. I absolutely agree with Counselor Shada. We've had many discussions about Manitou being a hospitality area, and I think from basically Fields Park, we've got the Fields Park bathroom, we've got the Dillon, we've got Shriver, so on the east end, even through our shuttle corridor, I think that we have adequate restrooms all the way up to Hiawatha. And talking about, infrastructure that's already in place, I guess we can't call the duck stop an actual bathroom, but there is a restroom there. Basically, there's infrastructure to put restrooms there if we need it. So that's there. But we also have Hiawatha. But I also really support what Councilor Wolf said, because that's where I was at this weekend when I read this packet, was the heartache and stress when the Metro District closed the bathrooms at the Wichita lot. And since, we're powerless to do anything about that, hopefully they'll keep them open. But to me, the 2 things I do worry about the most are if the Metro District does succeed in making the Ute Pass property a bathroom, that I want a policy, not only that we discuss, how many spaces, but I don't want those bathrooms to be porta potties, that they need to be built structures, you know? I'm not sure that I have the expertise to decide, what one unisex bathroom for 30 or 40 spaces. I think that's, out of my bandwidth, but, and hopefully, we can look to the future and hope that, if the Higginbotham Flats Park Master Plan does become a reality, that we have bathrooms up there too, so that the West End, is better served. But I also agree with Counselor Shada that, we absolutely need to address the incline, situation as a separate issue, in the near future. So I support a policy, specifically for the reason of primarily the West End, to make sure that those developments, don't just put in one or two portalets and call it a day. So I do support a policy.
So I'm directionally aligned to it, but I do want to appreciate your concern. What do you, Mayor, feel, what is the downside? Is it more prioritizing this as sort of a key initiative right now? Or do you see some practical impact on folks that would be required to do this, whether it's the Metro District or Iron Spring Chateau, et cetera?
Yeah, I guess it's just that it's on private property, and I have never, in my experience, gone to anywhere. Like city of Colorado Springs, Denver, pick a place, and I park in a private lot and there isn't a bathroom there. So I just feel like if the city says this is a priority, I feel like the onus is on us and is on the taxpayers and is not on a private parking.
Even
That's,
for a new development?
yeah. I
Really?
don't, I mean, again, I just don't.
Not feel comfortable imposing a requirement like this on a developer, considering all the other requirements we have on developers, on building materials and setbacks and height restrictions and safety things and wildfire and even what kind of trees they can plant. And you don't want to make them build a bathroom as part of their commercial.
I think it's just that I've never experienced it in my life. Like, I have no experience of there being a public
Have
bathroom.
you never been to the Wichita lot? It's right there. That's
Yeah,
a private.
again, that we built, that we invested in to make that happen as a city because it was a priority for the
All
city.
the other bathrooms you've been to in your life and restrooms, you sure they're always built by they're paid for by the city?
I've
How
never
would you know
parked in a
that?
private lot that had a bathroom. There are very few bathrooms in parking lots, period. I'm just saying that I don't mind looking into it, but having that requirement, it feels punitive to the Metro District. I feel a little uncomfortable with it right now. I don't see it as a priority of this council at this moment. We're working on the budget. We're working on other things. I'm
Working on the
confused.
budget. We tried to work on the budget.
Oh, but
and
I
you
didn't
didn't
let
allow
you
us to work
know.
on.
And Natalie,
Mm.
I would like you to use I, not council. Okay, you
Mhm.
just use council.
When I said
It's,
what?
no, I understand it's not your priority. And I
No,
want
can you repeat? What did I say? It's not council's
you said
priority.
it's not council's
Okay.
priority.
I apologize.
That's what we're determining, whether it is council's priority.
Okay.
Okay? And when you're making $4,600 a parking space per year, that's what these private lots are making. Okay? To me, that is, when you figure that out by square footage compared to a gift shop or an art gallery or whatever, that is a lot of money for you basically utilizing, basically mowing down infrastructure, possibly using it as a parking lot. And I think it is a reasonable public accommodation standard that our community can make. Okay. And I guess my vote is I would ask staff to, in a expeditious fashion, bring us an ordinance that requires this. And then we can get the sense of council as to whether we want to do this or not. But I think if we just shove this off because In your opinion, Natalie, it's not a priority, okay? All right, you're one vote on this council. I
Correct.
guess I would like to see whether there's a sense of this community, whether that's a standard we want to put in place. Okay, we've already walked through the fact that essentially there's been this other initiative for 15% kind of variances in the whole 9 yards. Okay, that didn't come from council. Okay, so I guess, you know, I just want to say that, you know what, I really do think this is an important thing. And I think as a visitors community, I think we have really, in my opinion, stepped up to the plate. And I am really proud of us. And I want to also give kudos again to staff again during my tenure on this council, that we also did the Fields Park restrooms, okay? And that's a very difficult kind of a location because some of the clientele that's down there and whatnot. But you know what? Every time I'm in that park, I poke my head in there and they are spotless. They are spotless, the way our staff, and you know what? That says something as a community in terms of to our visitors and to our community, that we care enough that when you have to, when nature calls, that there's a place that you have to go and you don't have to walk into town. And we already see all the signs downtown. No, no public restrooms, no public restrooms, restrooms this way. And like Julie said, there was like practically a meltdown downtown when the Wichita restrooms weren't there. So I think we've learned a lesson that there's a nexus of people appreciating these facilities in parking lots. Thank you.
And I know there's a majority to move forward with this, but Gloria, would you like to weigh in?
Yes, I think there are two places where we need bathrooms. At the incline, I feel like that should be at least a collaboration with the city of Colorado Springs. I don't see that as on the onus for that on us. The bar trail bathrooms are available. I doubt many incliners that go up and down. They don't come down the trail. They don't see those restrooms. I know Iron Springs kept their restrooms open for a while. It was just too difficult to manage it and to keep it clean and to monitor who was coming in and out and doing what. So the West End, and I think if it's new build, then we can require some level of restroom accommodations. But I think if they're already on private property, I don't see how the city can require someone to add something to their private property. I think bathrooms on the West End would really help the businesses because I know a number of them, they cannot allow customers to come and use their restrooms. So I think that'd be good. I would like to know a little bit more about cost and then maintenance, our ability to maintain them and well. So to me, I'd wait until 2027 budget discussion for this.
So just to clarify, I do think that that all aspects of it would be paid for by the property owner. So the city would not be maintaining them or anything along those lines. So just to clarify, you'd like to know that just so they know, or that we
Well,
know,
I think if
they can
you're,
make an informed decision.
you're talking about if there's a new parking lot
Mhm.
by private folks,
Mhm.
I don't think we can require them to have a restroom on there.
Okay, that's what
Okay.
we're talking about,
Yeah.
just so you know. Okay. But there is a majority to move forward with it, but just to clarify, new construction or remodeling or expansion, some change? Okay, yep.
Sorry, I have one more clarification. The terms, private parking lot and then mentioning several public entities, it's kind of at odds. So is it for public and private parking lots or?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's for any kind of park. My comment would be, I think the same set of rules that we inflict upon private owners, we ought to obey by the same set of rules. I don't think there ought to be any different.
Yeah, no, the city isn't the only public entity that was mentioned.
right,
So
right,
I was just, and then would it be, maybe beneficial to include like just performance standards for existing restrooms that then can be enforced by code compliance rather than, because if we have restrooms that exist that maybe aren't kept open or aren't kept clean, maybe that's a code enforcement issue and not necessarily a development issue.
Well, and that's my point. That's my point is I think the code ought to address, some reasonable, that it's not a plastic box. Okay. Maybe start with 30, that you need to have at least one ADA accessible thing. Okay, well then you shut the parking lot down. Okay, that's part of our code. It's sort of like the same kind of thing with the restaurant. If you're not serving the right kind of stuff or whatever, we can pull the business license. You know what I mean? So it seems like to me it ought to have some reasonable hours of operation and that type of thing. I don't know how in the world we would police hygiene and cleanliness. I mean, we're not in that business, I think, to kind of get into that. And I think that probably if you're going to build something and you're as a private owner or as a city and not keep it clean, I don't know what the point in terms of why you would do that kind of thing. And I think you're going to get lots of bad kind of reviews on Yelp or whatever it is if you're going to kind of run it that way. So to me, I think I think the incline is a separate issue because that's a whole different conditional use. We've already approved that. I think all we can do is do some gentle nudging to get them to move forward with it and do something up there. But I'm just talking about the seemingly new plethora of people acquiring, properties, then turning the parking lot into a very lucrative business. And then there essentially are no facilities. And then it's being pushed on everybody else in terms of this new induced demand by all this parking. And I think it's a completely legitimate requirement that we put on any kind of business in the same way we would put a requirement on for fire safety or any other kind of thing. So I don't see how that is in any way that Jeff would say that that's not a requirement. We could not do that.
Okay. And so, you're getting close to what we're looking for? Okay, go ahead, Nate.
And I just would like clarity on terms of next steps in the process and this evaluation in this case. I guess there's a couple concerns is, I think the MAP board needs to really help support and inform this. I think the Metro District, as we look to kind of restore and reharmonize, I've just designated as the liaison there. So I'm just saying there's a lot of sensitivities, and I think this speaks to your point that it could potentially be perceived as a bit of an overreach. So I'm just raising that as a potential concern. So I think the process, the integration of key stakeholder input and whatever comes back for us is really, really important.
Yeah, but I want to know how you feel about the timing because key stakeholder all of that, meetings, community engagement, hire a facilitator, blah, blah, blah. By then, I want to get something going before there's more development on the west end of that lot. And so I just wanted to know what time frame you think would be reasonable, or do you care about getting this done?
I think it can be done pretty quickly. I mean, that's my expectation. I don't think there's any boil the ocean risk here at all. I think if those key stakeholders and it's socialized in a constructive way, I think we can make it. My expectation would be that the evaluation could come back to help support and inform any decision.
Your expectation that most private property owners would say, I don't want to do that. Why should I spend the money on that?
I'm not sure. I think it's just important off the heels of 2A, 5A. I think that kind of
The
outreach.
optics of having community discussion.
Not optics. I think it's genuinely listening to the collective best thinking from those who would be impacted. So it's not optics, it's not perception. I think it's very real, and I think it'll serve us well. So I'm raising it as for staff to consider that and who integrates and encouraging us to think that way. So.
Well, and when is the next Metro meeting? Is it tomorrow? Yeah. And then MAP will be meeting this month too. So there's still time this month even. So we can actually still move pretty quickly. So, okay.
Oh, Madam Mayor, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I'd like to see an ordinance, just a draft ordinance. I'd like it to say, I mean, we can always tweak it and turn it upside down and
Yeah.
run it by as many stakeholders as we'd like and have them, play with it. Personally, I am very against for new development or expansion of existing developments. I'm very against spending taxpayer money on that. I think that needs to be part of the private property owner's responsibility. If I'm going to build a house, I have to get certain kinds of trees in there. Or if I have a commercial building and we have all these.
Julie,
things in
we've
the-
had a long night. I think we're good. We're on the same
Yeah,
page, so thank you.
I'm just sort of blown away that there is suggestion that we should, especially given our budget problems, that we should be paying for the restrooms for private property owners who have the very lucrative business of parking lots in Manitou.
Okay, thanks, Julie. Do you have what you need to move forward? I draft ordinance, how quickly, I mean, what are we thinking timeline? Is that a Denise question?
Yeah, I think the earliest that we are going to be able to bring this by going the maps and everybody, the earliest is going to be June 16th. Well, that, yeah. So
So
June
we'll
16th.
see as it goes. Okay. Okay. All right, excellent. Okay, are we all good on that one? Okay, receive, council correspondence. So go ahead, Judith.
I just wanted to, again, thank you both for all of the hard work that you've done to bring to us tonight. I also wanted to call out two other city employees. I had an issue with my water bill and what originally started out with not in not the best circumstances, turned out to be pretty incredible. And I want to call out Jenny, the utilities clerk, and also Dwayne Bean, who wow, came to my rescue. Their courtesy, professionalism, kindness, promptness was a 5-star. So I just wanted to call them out, and we resolved the issue, and I was very appreciative. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. And you guys can probably go if you want, like get up. You don't have to sit here. I realized that I didn't really, thank you. That's our gift to you. You can go 3 minutes before we get done. Okay.
I guess the other thing too is, I get around town and I do look in all the restrooms, okay? And I notice, how well maintained everything is. And, this year, I think starting off this spring, I mean, I've just been noticing all the little touches of that staff has been doing in terms of just refreshing the mulch, replanting things, okay? There's just almost hardly anything to kind of turn in. Things just really look great for the spring. And I think that is really great in terms of as a visitor community. I was in the restrooms at the Dillon, and I still am just, if you have not been in those are just so shockingly.
I suggested you have over
those are
20 in those
just so
bathrooms.
shockingly nice, and they're so clean. And I'm really bad with names, but I do know we have one city employee who seems to do all this work, and they are always just spotless, just absolutely spotless. And so I don't want to just, rub the whole restroom thing, but I do think that as a visitor community, this is really one of those kind of things that, when I was cataloging the other day and putting in one of my hated John Graham spreadsheets, all our restrooms, I was so surprised and so tickled with just how many we had and how well spaced they were, and thinking about them in terms of even some of the ones that need some facility work. They're still just absolutely spotless. So I just want to thank staff and hope that Denise kind of passes that on to people in terms of the thanks, because I think it just continues to be remarkable to me. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Julie.
I just got one request from a resident who lives on Ruxton, who said that the buses continually speed and they don't stay in their lane. They drive in the middle of the road. And he said he's complained to Denise about this and nothing ever happens and blah, 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 blah. I didn't know if it would help for him to reach out to the bus, Metro. I get mixed up between the Metro District and the bus Metro. Anyway, and he was just, I'm so burnt out. I'm not doing this. So I just didn't know, Denise, if you'd feel comfortable or if there's somebody on staff who might be, I mean, the ideal situation would be to have a police officer or somebody who could document like the license of the bus or the number of the bus so that they can identify who are the bad actors who are driving this way. But apparently it's an ongoing problem.
I actually have a PPRTA meeting tomorrow, and I'll mention that when Mountain Metro gives their update. So
If I ran Mountain Metro, I'd say, well, tell me who the drivers are who are doing this. And
Julie, my comment is, I've turned this in a few times and you can call Mountain Metro, okay? And they're very good about this, okay? They ask you, what is the time that you saw it? And bingo, they investigate it because they have cameras on all the buses. They have real-time telemetry. And within, I'm not kidding you, an hour and a half, I got a phone call back that said, you know what? Yes, you're exactly right. The bus in Rexton was going 45 miles an hour. It was right, route such and such. And yes, we are sending a supervisor out to talk to that driver. So my comment would be is that, you know, if you see Mount Metro go by, the phone number's on the bus, just pick up the phone and just write then and there, because to me, I think to kind of report it days later just makes it really difficult to figure out who's doing it and the whole 9 yards. And they were Johnny on the spot with it. Okay,
Yes.
so that would be my comment, is just call Mountain Metro and report it, because they seem to be really legitimately concerned. And it didn't even seem to be like, I don't want to say it was like, I mean, it seemed like to me they really had a set protocol. They knew what the heck they were doing. It wasn't like they had to invent some new SOP as to how to handle it. They seemed to know exactly what to do and reported back within an hour and seemed to say, you know what, we're going to have a supervisor go out. And yes, indeed, they went, you know, you weren't losing your mind. They were going 43 miles an hour. So they know.
thank you, John. That's great. Nate?
So three, I think, proud community event moments that I just wanted to share. The first, last night at our Kiwanis meeting, Carol Leah is the principal of the elementary school. She showcased this stunning song that the kids and the teacher, I mean, it's just, it's beautiful. And they're going to sing it out here on March 18th at noon. And this is just unbelievable. May 18th. Thank you for the correction. The other is this Friday at the elementary school, one of our local business owners has innovated this really interesting 3D human scale cave system, and it's called Cave Sim. And Dave Jackson is the CEO and co-founder, and he won a Kiwanis grant to run a program at the elementary school with the first, third, and fifth graders this Friday. And the program starts from 8 to 6:30. And in the latter half, our first responders, law enforcement personnel, to learn how to navigate a cave to save someone, et cetera. So that, and then the third piece is the middle school kids. I think there's like 200 or 300 of them, same day as the music, are going to help with an arch to arch cleanup from Manitou Middle School. So this is just amazing stuff for the community. So I wanted to share.
Gloria, do you have anything?
Just Manitou Springs Wildfire Resilient Landscaping tomorrow night at Thursday night, yes,
Where?
at the high school.
Okay,
Mhm.
just making sure if there's anybody listening. Wow.
6 to 9. 6 to 9.
6 PM? at
Yes,
the elementary school?
Jack Willie Gym inside the. Mhm.
CML conference, are any of you going? Are you considering? You're still thinking? You're not going? You're not going? John, no? CML conference? Are you going to go to the CML conference this year? Okay. No, okay. Excellent. And I think that's all I've got. So Denise, you're up.
Yeah, so regarding the restrooms, it's Lisa and Lewis. They do all the cleaning. They've been doing it for the last couple of years. And I will tell you, when you're down on the weekends, if they know that you're with the city, it's the #1 compliment we get is how clean our restrooms are. So thank you for noticing, and the visitors definitely notice that too. So thank you.
Well, and to let you know, I know who that person is and I thank them every single time I see them
Good.
because I think that is a pretty thankless job.
Well, and sometimes they're pretty
So important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that, and then there is a possibility that next week, and we'll definitely publicize if it occurs, that we will be doing about a 3-day paving job right there in front of the library, because that was a temporary paving, and we have to do a different paving to meet CDOT standards. So we're trying to get that done before Memorial Day weekend, but I will keep everybody posted.
So that's that area on Manitou Avenue that we had to tear up
Yep.
there. That's from about the Wichita lot to
Yes.
the intersection, right?
Yep. Right there. And then we'll also have to fix the one up at Cannon where we had to tear that one up. So right there where you turn onto Cannon from.
Oh, okay, that other one.
Those two have to be updated for CDOT standards, and we're trying to get them all done before Memorial Day weekend,
Good.
but we will post it soon as we get that secured.
Just real quick, do we have a status update on, is Hiawatha on target or is it how
I'm
we do?
afraid to announce, but right now we're ahead of schedule.
Okay,
Excellent. So yeah, and that whole sidewalk will be replaced.
okay.
So we'll
And
be
there'll be an ADA crossing
yep.
point there or not?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Great.
And-
And then Mike Casey's building, I know there was issues with water. I don't know if it was like I think this was a few years ago that the sewer was backing up, or he would have to get out and clean out that hasn't been an issue. I was just wondering if the paving was going to help. Any drainage? No.
No, because we cleaned out all that. There was
Yep.
one there, and we had cleaned all that out because that's what caused part of it,
Mhm,
right? We had to replace that entire
mhm. So
area.
that's all
right
been
there.
taken care
Yeah.
of years ago. Okay.
Yep.
Did the CSU work on Waltham begin?
Yes, it did. And everybody seems we've had no complaints. It feels like things are going very well. They have flaggers. They have everything working.
Good.
Did a really nice job with their presentation, and I think the people that participated were reassured. So, great.
I will give one more quick update. If you give me a second, I can look at this. I'm sorry, I just don't have it right here. We have over 500 responses for the survey. So we'll probably be closing it this weekend. We have 524 responses, but we'll be putting that out before we close to say you have 2 days to finish it up. But that way we will have everything ready for you in June.
We're hoping for 400.
I know, and we got 524 right now. Now, some of those may be duplicates, but that's where we are right now.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Anybody want any of these handouts?